Minimalist channel. If you're just joining us for this stream, or have been around for a good while catching up with the series maybe as VODs on YouTube or the like, welcome. Welcome one and all. We're working our way through Bloodborne, including that really difficult DLC I've never played before, slowly but surely. And also trying to, like, cross off as much of the Chalice Dungeon stuff as we can during this playthrough. Learned something interesting about the Chalice Dungeons last night that makes me think we may or may not be able to get through all of them in this one playthrough. But we can certainly accomplish a lot. And right now, first order of business, I want to swing around to that Chalice Dungeon where we kept getting killed or eaten by the crazy Keeper of the Old Lord's dogs, and see if we can't progress through there to pick up some more Quicksilver bullets, blood vials, consumable supplies, that kind of thing. Because the boss we're up against currently in the DLC campaign, Lady Maria, is going to need a lot of bullets, a whole lot of bullets. Her fight seems almost entirely based around either phenomenal reflexes in dodging or phenomenal reflexes as they pertain to parrying. And in that regard, I definitely prefer the latter, because I do like that fight. It's a very hard fight, a fight that can be infuriating, as my constant anguished screams yesterday can attest. But it's like a more involved multi-stage version of Lord Gwyn's boss fight from the first game, and really ain't too bad from a design perspective. I quite like it. It's just that in Bloodborne, everything destroys our health. Hey, MC, how's it going? Hope you're having a good evening. Got him. Yeah, it's... Wow, even they can lay us flat in one go. So, the thing about the Chalice Dungeons, I found out, now's as good a time to discuss this as any, is, they don't work really in any capacity like anything else in this entire franchise. Let me explain. So, every time you enter into a New Game Plus cycle in a Soulsborne game, you retain all of your weapons with all of their, like, development and ascension and all of that, and most of your items, things that aren't like key items needed to progress the story, which would require you to defeat, like, story essential bosses to acquire, but you keep most of the rest of the stuff. And even though you keep all your stats, almost all of the enemies and bosses have drastically increased stats, making it a bit more challenging, but allowing you to tackle that challenge with all of the tools you picked up during your standard run, okay? So in Dark Souls 1 and Bloodborne, as soon as you clear the final boss of your particular playthrough to get whatever ending you're going for, you are thrust, like, uncontrollably into the New Game Plus cycle. Everything ramps up in difficulty, a whole lot of things change in Dark Souls 2, but, sorry, I was gonna say in Dark Souls 2 and 3, you have the option, after completing the game, to take on either any challenges left in the game world or enter a New Game Plus at a time of your own choosing. I kind of prefer the latter myself because it allows players to, say, maybe farm for a particular armor set or item that they really wanted, or just make sure they didn't leave any treasures strewn about. But anyway, in Bloodborne, right, everything resets after we defeat the final boss, everything's harder, we keep our stuff, everything gets harder, everything gets tougher, except the Chalice Dungeons. They exist completely beyond the cycle of New Game Plus, New Game Plus Plus, and so on. And their difficulty, or depth, as it's referred to in-game, is fixed. So I get the impression that while we're doing fine, I mean, it's hard, but we're doing fine here in a depth 3 dungeon, we may not be intended to take on, say, the Depth 5 dungeon that the Chalice Dungeon final boss can be found in until, like, a New Game Plus cycle or two down the line. That's just my feeling. I don't know for certain, but we may or may not be able to do that during this playthrough. It might be yet more stuff for the cleanup streams, but... Oh, the Bell Maiden's over there. That, like, static difficulty of Chalice Dungeons would actually explain a lot of the design we've been seeing here. Oh! Are you kidding me? Like that. Like that. Maybe we're not really... we're not prevented from doing this, obviously, and tons of players probably have, but, like... It might be better to come back here a good ways down the line. Though there is... No, that wouldn't quite make sense either. Because there's a really big spike in difficulty between a Depth 2 dungeon and a Depth 3 dungeon. And even then they're not consistent. That lower Hintertomb Chalice we cleared out yesterday, I think, that was a 3-depth dungeon. Just like this one. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure. MC says, spent part of the day catching up on your Hand of Fate VODs. Many not quite right moments, but all is fine. Yeah, the first Hand of Fate streams were a little rough, because I'm pretty sure that's the first game I streamed all the way through on this channel. We just blazed through the early game, but those last 2 or 3 challenges can be really, really tricky. Oh, MC says was referring to the lore or concepts. I gotcha. Yeah, no, I didn't get quite everything. Oh, MC says like the ghost story I shared with you. Right, about the fact that the ghost at the inn in the forest was probably Callus's wife, I believe. I never got that. Never would have, probably. Come on. That's it. Okay, so new game plan, kids. We're just going to run past those dogs if we can to get to the bottom of this, because I doubt they or the Keeper drop anything, like, really super useful. Oh, come now. Ooh! MC says, yeah, I know that Callus had a wife and son, and they were murdered, but he was always a warrior through and through, living for battle. Wildcard DLC stuff, I guess? Oh God, I can hear them. Are they all already aggroed? Well, let's have a look-see. Where, oh, where is the exit? There it is. There's a exit. Woo! Not today, doggies. No, thank you. Now let's look out for slimes. Oh, we're in another stairwell. Nobody in the caskets. Good or bad. Thick cold blood. Nice. Another one of Rom's spiders. Which don't seem much tougher than they were in the main game. I do know for a fact, though, that Rom, in this dungeon, has over twice the health she originally did. She's got more health than Ludwig did, in fact. So that's gonna be fun, but we've got a weapon that can probably help expedite our path through her health bar. MC says, so someone probably came on knocking for payback, but another example is in the building in the first game that becomes brighter, the place is getting destroyed. This is likely because the dealer's losing power, and the candle burns as the game progresses. Oh, right. Right, well, that massive vortex that ultimately consumes the dealer kind of starts encroaching throughout the game, and, it looks like at the beginning he may have even frozen the entire place in time, and that power starts to wane as you take more and more of his symbols as well. So, if I were a way out of this place, where would I be? Not lost, probably. Are we even supposed to be here? Is there another passage we're supposed to take? No, here we go. Here we go. Arrow trap. Never again. Hopefully. Oh, one of the Watchers. Been a while since we've seen you. Whew. Almost got it. There we go. Another blood gem, which we may or may not really need, but we'll take it. We may actually want to sell a bunch of those for, like, supplies on down the line as we discover definitively, you know, like, oh, such and such type of blood gem isn't right for this build. Sell it for a few hundred echoes. That's bullets or blood vials right there. MC says, Hand of Fate 2 did a callback to the candle with the bandit leader getting murdered when the candle dies. I see, that's the one in the first quest, then? Alright, down we go. Now, I'm sure most of this area will be explorable, or will take the form of a side path off of the boss corridor. Unless I missed something down here in hell. Oh, hello again, Bloodlicker. Oh, you're here because of the knight I killed, aren't you? They seem to be weakest not at the absolute rear, because they've got that pretty powerful, like, back kick, but, like off to the sides of their rear limbs, they can't really do a whole lot easily, it would seem. And she says, oh, the Hierophant. Discover which assassin seeks to kill Father Galfrey. Right. The candle was actually part of the quest line. Not like present in the carriage. I gotcha. I quite liked that quest. It was one of the harder ones for me to get the gold on my very first time playing the game, but by sheer luck we steamrolled it in our stream series. And yes, sure enough, we have a side passage here. Guarded by a Snatcher. Let's hope we can parry this one. Ooh. Ambush and arrow traps. Jeez, this is a dangerous little corridor. That should take care of him though, right? Yeah, they still don't have quite enough health down here to take on a full-bodied parry. Anything up here? Any of those invisible assailants? Hello, little message. What do you have? Fear hound, but use of terrain is effective. Oh, no, it's not one of those things again, is it? Oh, yeah. Oh, and it's not one of them. It's two of them. Good. Good. Its range is just unreal on those leaps, man. Okay, looks like individually they can be stun locked down. And the serrated modifier on my whip, that's like the special bonus for saw or blade type weapons that are made to combat beasts. Does help us burn them down pretty quickly. Oh, it can just no-sell some of our attacks, though. Like that. No! No! Oh, we died from the fall. Damn! This floor is unforgiving. He looks, or those dogs look with the horns kind of like, what was it called? The weird kung fu werewolf thing from the bottom of the church. The beast-possessed soul or something like that. Here's where the Thumerian was waiting. Whoops. Let's try that again. There we go. You got some kind of upgrade material for us? Yeah, they usually carry shards or chunks in the Chalice dungeons. I think the ones in the overworld have a pretty solid chance of dropping blood vials more often, but any kind of loot is good loot at this stage. So are our echoes down there? Nope. Something's taken them. Oh, no, they haven't. They're right here. Oh, there's another keeper in there. That would explain why they're here. Whoop, and down it goes. Alright, that's going to make this a little bit easier to manage. Oh, and there's a spider in there too. Well, that room on the other end of this hallway is just full of fun, isn't it? Come on. Oh, okay. Well, we'll take care of the spider at the least. Good, good, good. Okay, so I thought fire would probably deal a little bit more damage, but we got it. Now the one we trapped down there. Man, I wish you could parry these things, and I'm not entirely sure that you can't, but since they're non-humanoid enemies, I would put my bottom dollar on you not being able to. Where on earth is it? Oh, there it is. We'll come back for you, sir, on our way back through. Yep, there's another Keeper of the Old Lords and more spiders in here. Jeez, what a gauntlet. Nowhere near as much health as the mini-boss variant, I don't think. Which is good. But the spider's gotta go now. Ooh! Oh man, are you kidding me? What on earth is it fighting with, too? We'll give the Chalice Dungeon a few more tries, and then if we don't, like, actually clear this stage and get, like, most of its major loot, we'll just go back to the Astral Clocktower. MC says there's a grave problem in this game. You're telling me, man. MC says there are spiders. Yeah, there's lots of spiders, and they're rather unsettling spiders at that. MC says, but no, like, appropriately sized webs. That's true, there aren't. Which I didn't actually notice until now, wow. Yeah, not even in, like... Well, no, I think there might have been some, like, up in the uppermost rafters of the Nightmare Mensis, like in the castle that all the spiders had inhabited. But yeah, most of the webs we've seen around are very, very small. Why did they introduce dogs that will no-sell my attacks? As regular enemies, too, not as, like, parts of a mini-boss fight or something like that. But, like, the whole thing that makes the dogs in this series irritating but perfectly, like, fair, manageable enemies is they attack rapidly, they move all over the place, they're extremely agile and kind of hard to hit, but they stagger really easily, they don't take many hits, and, They don't tend to deal just a ton of damage on their own unless one just goes to town on you. But here we've got dogs that are more powerful than the regular, because, you know, of course. But they also don't flinch, or they do flinch when hit by my attacks, but sometimes randomly decide that that doesn't matter, and will perform an overhead slam attack to knock me flat, and of course drain most of my health anyway. It's just Bloodborne design. Bloodborne design is so weird to me. So weird. No. Hey, Steel, how's it going, man? Been a while since we've seen or heard from you. Hope you're doing well. Oh, we actually managed to get behind that one for a change. That was nice. MC said, this is a common issue with many games that become noticeable easily, like the spiderweb thing. The villages being too small for their population or no food production area. Yeah. That's, like, especially prominent in... Well, I'd say the case where it's most often averted is in RPGs that tend to contribute a lot of thought to their world building and things like that. but if you're playing a game where so much of the emphasis is on immediate visual presentation of an area, like planning it all out and making sure it makes sense will probably take a backseat to that immediate phenomenological experience. What's in here? This is like a mini-boss arena. Still says I'm doing excellent. It has been a while. How you been? Been doing alright, thank you. Right now we're torturing ourselves with Bloodborne, but have been working our way through this entire series. Having a great time, man. Nothing else down here aside from the ritual blood? I mean, I'm assuming we'll be able to find something that'll allow us to access the rafters later on, because we could in other areas, right? Steel says, oh boy, oh yeah, no, this... The Dark Souls and Dark Souls 2, both excellent games, and Dark Souls 2 being one of my favorite games of all time, were just delightful experiences. Bloodborne, which I have played before, has been like a real test of my sanity. And MC says, very true, yet they're often selling realism for graphism. Yeah, definitely. And oftentimes anymore they just go for really, like you say, high graphical fidelity. They don't even necessarily care about, say, making areas that look distinct or memorable in any way. For instance, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, the game world looked absolutely gorgeous. The overall visual design is very striking and kind of moving in a way to have like vast open areas like that. But if you asked me to remember for you like the aesthetic details of 5 major areas or settlements, I probably can't. Steel S, you know what game brings me to insanity? No, man, what's that? Oh, it's another Snatcher. Oh dear. Come on, go for the punch. That got him. Very potent ritual blood. That's interesting. Good to have. Oh, right. I keep forgetting to use this lantern we bought at the beginning of the game. Steel says it's Cuphead. Oh, Cuphead. Oh, no, yeah. It's weird, honestly. I've played through almost all of Cuphead. I think my save file is at one of the final bosses right now. But, it's really challenging. Almost relentlessly so. And there's certain fights, 2 or 3, that come to mind that were especially, like, kind of unpleasant for me. But on the whole, I think it's a beautiful, very well-designed game. I quite like it, actually. Had a lot of fun playing through huge chunks of it by myself, and a separate campaign, like with one of my friends. Looks like Rom's taken over this area. That's great. Still says I finally beat it 2 weeks ago. Congratulations, man. It is a hard-fought, well-earned victory, no doubt. MC says, I feel ya. I played a little of it, but can't really get into it. It's a good game. It's an interesting game. I really dig boss rush games like that, because I grew up on and absolutely adored, like, the challenging but extremely intriguing treasure action games. You know, Sin and Punishment. Well, back when it was ported to the Wii, anyway. Gunstar Heroes, Alien Soldier, all fantastic games, all really hard, and all composed almost entirely of really interesting, aesthetically and mechanically distinct boss battles. In fact, games like FromSoft's modern output remind me of those an awful lot, Sekiro especially. Steel says, but I'm getting the feeling someone is going to spend channel points for me to play the DLC. You have those, you use channel points for, like, recommendations or things like that? That's pretty interesting. And the DLC looks really nice. I'm curious to see when it's actually going to be released and how much content is there, but it looks really special. So we got our sarcophagus. I think we might be in the clear then? Are we finally done with this layer? Did I finally make it? MC says channel points to add a game in the streamer list is a common thing, yeah. Oh, nice. Steel says Cuphead got a few Game Awards for visuals and gameplay. Oh, yeah, the visual style, the animation, that, like, classic Fleischer Brothers style is so gorgeous. It's one of my favorite things about the game, and probably one of my favorite art styles for a major game in the past console generation, or of this console generation, I should say. And the gameplay as well, I can understand. It's very, very tight and well polished. MC says I used it to make people play Hand of Fate 2 or for Uplink. Oh, nice. It's something I would look into, but I know now, given this channel, I would be playing nothing but, like, Tony Hawk skateboarding games. No, we might do something like that out of, like, with, say, a series of games and run, like, a straw poll people can put points towards or something like that. Sometime in the future, maybe? I just know that, Seth uses hers a bit differently. They're used, like, to make the stream or the challenge or the games themselves more challenging. MC says, "No, we would not make you play skateboard games." You know, I actually played, what was it? Like, I borrowed from a friend when I was younger. One of the Tony Hawk Underground games. Maybe Underground 2, I think? And, I'm not really into the whole, like, skateboarding scene or anything like that, but I thought it was a really good game. And he says, "No, we would not make you play skateboard games, we'd make you play games with skateboards." Oh dear. Oh, look, we could buy 112 blood vials. We're gonna need every single one. 201 bullets. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna buy, like, 100 bullets, because I know what we're in for. And the remainder in vials. Now, you could say all my, splurging on blood vials is a bit extreme, and you'd be right. But, oh, they don't give you anything for blood gems. We're going to need them, probably. We've got 3 DLC bosses left, remember. And, Lady Maria has a reputation for being challenging, but fun. And Steel says, "Oh, Tony Hawk, I think Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 looks amazing." Like, they're remaking it? Or... Maria has a reputation for being challenging, but really fun, and I can confirm that. As like, anguished as I may have sounded yesterday, I was legitimately enjoying myself, and it did not bring me to that point of kind of resolution that I reached with Ludwig, where it's like, okay, we're just throwing ourselves at a wall here. It feels very, like, imminently doable. We just need to get that parry timing, especially for, like, those overhead, like, dual slash attacks down pat. But Maria has that reputation. The final boss of the DLC has a reputation for being just borderline insane. And I'm kind of sort of looking forward to that, because again, we do get a great weapon from it. Steel says, "Yeah, I believe Activision is remaking Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2. No, nice, nice. People loved those games. I know, I know them only by reputation, I'm afraid. But folks really, really seem fond of the second game, in my limited experience. Alright, now we're going to add some blood gems to our Tonitrus, because we're gonna need it. Mildly increases stamina cost, but jacks our defense, or our attack through the roof. Might need that. All the really good ones are cursed, of course. I'll take that. Wait, no, there was a Ken Hunters, right? Attack versus the Ken. And now we can actually use some of these crescent-shaped gems. Physical attack, 12.6. We'll start there and see what else we can get. Yeah, that looks fine. So Brady, you may ask, why are we using a Tonitrus, a strength weapon that you aren't all that familiar with? Well, as it happens, the boss, what I'm fairly certain is the boss of this layer, the Chalice Dungeon, has an abundance of health, and just so happens to be weak to bolt. And without consuming any kind of resources, at least as far as I'm aware, the Tonitrus will give us an effectively unlimited bolt enhancement onto our weapon. Pretty important. MC says, speaking of remakes, I tested a little bit of Space Base Startopia, and I can concur with the feeling that the new AI voice is horrible and an insult for a remaster. Is the rest of the game fine, though? Does it hold up, or is there kind of some rough edges present in the product? Oh, baby, there we go. I know I'm not a strength build, but I do love the Tonitrus, if just for its aesthetics. Observe. Oh, it still doesn't deal as much damage to them, and they should be kin as well, as our Blades of Mercy. MC says it's a beta at the moment. I see. And I stopped right at the first line. That bad, huh? So there's 2 allies we can summon, which is good. We might... Our buddy Exit Dust taught us that summoning NPCs may not be such a bad thing here. But, because we hate ourselves, let's dive right on into a rematch. She's back. Well, at least the Brood aren't any hardier than they were in the original fight. So she's just gonna hunker down in the back of the chamber. I do fear what the smaller arena size is going to mean when she starts introducing her area of effect attacks. Well, let's just make a beeline for her and see what we can do. Well, the Blades of Mercy do wonders on her, don't they? Uh-oh. Whew. Okay, she respawns, or reappears in the same exact area. That's not what I would have expected. I'm curious, can the pillars block her meteors, or will they summon in regardless? Or will they crash straight through, is what I mean. Looks like they don't. Maybe. That's encouraging. Oh my god, they actually don't. We can use the pillars as cover. Well, that largely renders her kind of a non-threat, doesn't it? Nice, nice, nice. She can fire from multiple angles, though, it looks like. Maybe? Kinda, sorta? And fire repeatedly at that. Did I say repeatedly? I meant fire non-stop. Jeez. This fruit is actually sticking much closer to her than the other one did. Or the one in her campaign battle did, I should say. Alright, here they come. So the meteors can come from effectively straight overhead from her position. Or no, I think the reason we got hit is because it tracked us from over there to... yeah. Once we thin the herd a little bit, she'll be no real threat to us, I wouldn't imagine. Oh, God. That damage. So I can confirm she's way more aggressive. Don't you know this had to be a shock for a lot of, like, players at or near launch? Like, not just a storyline boss, but, like, one of the great ones coming back as a fairly minor boss as part of side content. Oh god, here it comes. We've almost, like, trimmed away just enough of her guards. Did she hit her own, like, spiderling for us? That would be nice. I mean, this fight's gonna take a while, but it certainly feels more doable than, say, the Undead Giant. Which I thought was kind of a weird name, and it turns out that's not exactly what the creature's intended to be. Its Japanese name translates loosely to Corpse Giant, implying some kind of, like, flesh construct or something like that, some kind of golem, which makes way more sense with its aesthetics. Right down to the candles placed around its shoulders, something like an altar. If we play our cards right, though, folks, the third phase should be much easier, because we've effectively had to cut through almost 2 full waves worth of spiders in one go. I keep forgetting that they can attack with webbing. Okay, let's do this. Can we take her AoE? Yes, we can. Okay, so she did relocate. Whoa, did more guards just spawn in? Oh no. Okay, we can take it. Gotta peel enough of these guys off. Without her just immediately laying us flat with celestial debris. What on earth are they doing all the way over here? I know there was the odd straggler in the lake fight, but here it looks like half of her entourage is just peeled off entirely. Woo! That is her most dangerous attack in this fight, easily. It was in the first, too, I want to say, although that AoE dealt so much damage in the first fight. Just gotta peel those last spiderlings off. Oh right, she's doing that thing again. She did not do that in the original fight at all, right? Like, fire them off this rapidly? I want to say no. If we don't get super greedy, we might just make this. Oh, here it comes. Hey! Wow. Okay. Was not expecting that to be a first try, but we won and got some pretty significant rewards. The Lower Themeru Root Chalice, so the randomized chalice, a Nourishing Damp Blood Gem, that could be pretty useful, and some upgrade materials. MC says Rom has no panache in this area. I kind of agree. So much of her aesthetic design, from the color palette to like the luminescent fungus growing out of her back, was meant to, I think, blend really well with the aesthetics, kind of sparse but beautiful aesthetics of the lake arena. And like in a cave, she kind of seems like any other wildlife you'd see roaming around in a game this bizarre. And yeah, this is one of those rare chalice dungeons with 4 levels instead of 3. There is something beneath Rom, but we'll get to it after we visit the Hunter's Dream to pick up a few more supplies. Everything's still fine. Alright, we've got our vials. We don't need anything else right now. Let's try taking down the final layer of this dungeon, which I think is guarded by a dark beast. You know, like one of the things the beggar transformed into, the electrified, hulking werewolf dudes. OMC also says, the devs are confused about that AI voice in Space-Based Startopia, but we'll fix it. It's a beta at the moment. And I stopped right at the first line. Same line as the original, but like male voice to female and no cynicism. It was the same line, but bland. Wait, this is the wrong chalice. My bad. This is the one where we fought the Thumerian descendant. A lot of games face backlash when they change, like, either their voice cast or their soundtrack after some time. I remember, I think, was it Grand Theft Auto 4? Where, so long after release, the licensing for most of the, like, music which played on the in-game radio stations, one of which was really, really, really good, ran out, and so they had to be replaced with a lot of those that couldn't be renewed had to be replaced with like a lot of other material on digital copies, which is a real shame, I think. Because, say what you will about GTA, I don't think it's the most entertaining or well-rounded series. I've had a perfectly good time with all the games I've played, mind. But their choice for, like, music and personalities for in-game radio stations has always been top-notch. Like, I was so thrilled to see that, of all people, legendary, former band leader for James Brown and bassist for Parliament Funkadelic, Bootsy Collins, was picked with his incredibly distinctive voice to host the in-game funk station. I think it was Space FM. Like classic funk and a little bit of like R&B from the 70s and mid-80s. Nothing else in here? Alrighty, up we go. There's an ally we can call in. I do appreciate them giving you support characters like that. That's much appreciated. This just brings us back out, right? Yeah, so full circuit here. Prospector Oleg. We'll keep his location in mind. I've seen a total absence of things that can probably kill me easily. Oh, that's all gonna change though. Look, it's more of these. They always come in pairs with one of the keepers, I guess. Okay, so just getting around to the side, kind of like a Bloodlicker, is going to be our best option for dealing with them, it looks like. And also getting them in tight quarters, like the hallways, for instance. Come on. Come on now. Come here, demon dog. Right this way. There we go. That wasn't too bad. Oh, we got spiders. That's not great, but we can get rid of the keeper first. Yikes. I'd love to get that, like, little short blade that the keepers use, though. It's a sword with a very slight curve to the blade. Looks beautiful, really. Almost like, this might sound ridiculous, but it looks like a very rough, like, somewhat, like, structurally simple miniature version of Nero's weapon from Devil May Cry 4. Was it the Red Queen or something like that? It's been ages since I played that game. Absolutely adored it and would love to stream it for you guys at some point. If you don't mind really, really bad action gameplay. I'm not the best at those games at all. Oh, we've got, like, phantom spiders. Oh no. Oh no, that's the worst. Bell ringer should be right over here, yep. Whew. Just saved ourselves there. More bullets. Thank you, thank you. Anything down here? There's a side passage, as denoted by, like, the large bronze-looking door we typically see near the end of certain floors. Molotovs, fire paper. Good, good. We'll be needing that for the boss if it is indeed a dark beast. Oh, missed something over here. Hopefully not a pebble. Blood vials! Oh, hey. What are they all doing outside of the door to an optional area? I think we might want to explore the rest of this little path before we delve down there. Oh, but we can't. This is all there is. So deep, deep underground. Very deep now. What do we have? This does not bode well. Got some Thumerians. What's splashing around down there, though? Oh, so much blood in this area. There's blood liquors here, isn't there? I don't see anything. Not like that means anything, though. Oh, a treasury. Excellent. With the now compulsory treasury ambush. And a watcher guarding our sarcophagus. That got him. There we go. Is he going to survive this? Probably. Yep. Not that, though. Alright guys, after this layer, I'm going to have to take a brief break to collect some more books. I'm sorry for all of the, like, delivery breaks we've been taking over the past few days, but with the semester starting far, far sooner than it feels like it should, a ton of, like, not even textbooks, but, like, books assigned for my graduate courses have been arriving left, right, and center. A lot of them are really gorgeous, and can't wait to dive into them. Right now I'm reading, for my History of Early American Murder course, which is an actual graduate course offered by my wonderful advisor, In Cold Blood by Truman Capote, which is just an excellent retelling of the events surrounding a series of, or rather one brutal spree killing in, I want to say 1960s Kansas. It's a really, really good read, rife with the kind of characterization and attention to detail that so seldom makes its way into academic histories, which tend to be, quite honestly, often dry and prone to excessive navel-gazing about esoteric theme and things like that, instead of, oh, we've got several slimes here, going for what I believe the real thrust, the pith of the historian's craft is, and has been from, like, the very formation of the discipline as something distinct. Talented storytelling, which emphasizes events, character, and most importantly, how events mattered to the people that were directly affected by them. Not necessarily how they matter to an obscure, like, group of academics researching it decades or centuries after the fact. You know what I mean? The latter's good, but being able to tell why things mattered to people who experience them is the most important thing, I think. Oh god, we've been down here that long. I'm run out of things to say so thoroughly that I've started talking about my job. Oh no. We got plenty of ritual blood here. That's pretty good. We'll go back to that cavern with all the slimes at the roof a bit later, hopefully. Unless we're about to walk right into it. This is a very complex little side area, isn't it? Is there anything stomping around? No, this is the Undercroft that... Oh! It wasn't you we were hearing, was it? I don't think so. Beware of high spot. Yep, here we are, the room with all the slimes and all the rats. Oh my god. Well, real quick, let's, no, let's get our cane. And our blade. There we go. And get ready to go to town on some rats. They always come in large numbers and can absolutely mess us up if they were all, say, to unleash leaping attacks like that at the same time. Oh my god. We've reached the point where even the rats are... I mean, obviously they're not made of health, they don't have a ton of health or anything, but they don't go down in, like, an attack or two like they did in lower levels. Whew. We got them, though, and got a few K blood echoes out of the deal. Okay, so long as we know where they are, and probably so long as we just keep rolling everywhere throughout this dungeon, we'll be fine. Oh, and they don't drop, like, necessarily when you're directly beneath them. There is, like, a little bit of wiggle room. Oh my god, all that damage, though. Jeez. No, 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 no. We can't take too many more of those. Shining coins. Shining coins. Pebbles. And on the corpse, we've got bold hunter's marks. Okay, so they are giving you a way out if you want or need it. Very good. Using it one-handed might actually be better against these guys because of the higher damage output. Since they don't really stagger at all, it doesn't look like... Got it. How many more? We got 2 more in here. Oh, but there's a ton of them. Never seen so many slimes in one place, I don't think. Not in this game. Reminding me of the depths, but with much higher stakes. At least the slimes there weren't too powerful. They had way... They didn't have more health than this. They had way higher resistances to everything that wasn't... Oh god, that's a ton of, like, desiccated man-eater boars. Is that where we sent them all? But the slimes in Dark Souls had really, really high defenses to everything but fire, I want to say. Like, they were very resistant to physical damage of all sorts. Hello, Blood Liquor. We don't need to deal with you. We've got everything down here. We're good. But in addition to being resistant to physical damage, I think they only took partial or slightly reduced damage from, say, like, sorceries and lightning and things like that. I could be wrong. It could be they were vulnerable to any type of non-physical damage, but it was fire that really did them in. These guys don't seem to have any kind of, like, resistance to physical damage. Another one. Oh god. Wrong way. Wrong way. Let's just open that boss door and get ourselves right on out of here. Oh, what's over here? More bullets? Good, good, good. No, our slimes here don't have insane resistances or anything. They've just got decent pools of health and don't flinch when struck. I'd imagine they're probably weaker to fire nonetheless, but... we do okay with our standard melee weapons. Oh, we missed one. Hello. Oh, we were able to rally back practically all of our health. That was pretty fortunate. Alright, now what else we got up here? Or down here, I should say. Did we ever, like, riddle out a way to open the boss door? There's probably a path I just totally neglected, wasn't there? Nothing here. Yeah, the only doors on the ground floor lead back out into that lobby. Now up here... is there... No, there's not just the one door, there's 2. Maybe we've not been to the other? Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly it. We haven't been over here before. And what'll you know it, there's our switch. Got a damp blood gem. I'll take it. And like that, we have access to our boss room, and got some cold blood. Anything else in here? Didn't look like it. Alright, y'all, let's go take on that Dark Beast. Again, provided that's actually what's waiting for us down there. Against beast-type bosses, I bet the boom hammer with its flame effects would be really, really good. There's a side path, though, isn't there? Usually is in these dungeons. Yep. With another Watcher. This one wielding a club, and... oh, just a Thumerian. I thought I heard barking and was fearing it was one of those devil dogs. Thankfully, no. Just a couple of those guys. Oh, yet another summon. They've been quite generous with those these past couple of levels, haven't they? Okay, thanks for getting stuck there, fella. Is that it for him? No. One more. Ritual Blood, Strength 4. Nice. A Sage's Wrist. We got a couple of those from, one of the Thumerians, right? The crazed Thumerians, a level or two up, or over in the Hentratomb. But no sarcophagus yet, so we go deeper. What exactly is in here aside from firebomb throwers? Nothing yet. I guess we've got to work our way up to a higher level. Quicksilver bullets. Geez, is there anything at all in this room? Upper level, maybe? Yeah, I think I can hear something. Oh yeah. Yeah, phantom spiders. Good. Good. And yeah, those are true phantoms. They're being summoned by someone. Oh right, they can throw up to 2 Molotovs in a row. Joy. So, this guy I don't think has been summoned. I think you can tell the difference between, like, the red-veined enemies that have been summoned and those that haven't. Never mind, looks like he had. My bad. There's our sarcophagus, being guarded by a Watcher and some Thumerians. Oh, did he just heal himself? Or does he heal naturally over time? That's new. Oh! Nope, nope, nope. There we go. One more hit and he's down, right? Yep. And without the Watcher, these guys aren't anything to write home about. Oh, we've got so many echoes. Look at that. That is absolutely lovely. We get some more Sage's Wrists. We're probably going to need those to go deeper and deeper into Themeria, at least. Or Themeru. And there might be, like, another side path over here. Yeah, no, there was that other door that was kind of gated off over there, but that aside, I think we might have everything here. And I'll run get those books before we fight the boss, because, I think management will swing by and try to claim packages that have been left unattended on porches for a while and keep them safe for you, meaning I'd have to go through a whole rigmarole with the apartment complex's office. Better to just save them and myself the trouble, you know? Oh, was that it? Just like the one firebomb thrower up here? Okay. That's not bad. Anything here? Beware of liar. Alright, I guess somebody said something like fake wall or great treasure ahead, pointing directly at either the totally flat rear wall or off the edge of the platform. I do appreciate the community looking out for each other like that, warning one another of, like, fake or, deceptive messages. So that the, well, for one, the legitimacy and, like, the trustworthiness of the message system as a whole is largely retained, but also so that people, kind of maintain a positive atmosphere in and around the messaging system. Alright, here we go. Give me one moment, ladies and gents. We'll be right back. I just need to run and grab these books really, really quick. Give me 2 minutes and I'll be back with you. Alright folks, we are back. Thanks for bearing with me. It's time for us to take on now the final boss of the lower Themeru Chalice dungeon and unlock the fourth of the five Themeru, like, fixed mainline Chalice dungeons. It's got a depth of 4, and of course the fifth has the ultimate depth of 5. I've got no idea if we can manage those in this playthrough, but I'm fairly certain we can take this. Somehow. Fear giant beast, yeah, it is gonna be a dark beast. Let's do it. Oh my god. I've actually never fought one of these before. A bloodletting beast. looks like an absolutely bonkers Cleric Beast. Look at it. Jeez. Okay, so like a lot of the beast-type enemies, it's got these kind of wide, sweeping, unpredictable-ish attacks. And a slam. Gotta have a good slam. Trying to, like, cripple its legs. Like, say, amygdala. Like that. Struth, but he's got a lot of health. I bet that's a grab attack or something. Oh no, no, like that. Like that. No, 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 no. We're dead. Yeah, yeah. Yep. Okay, so this is gonna be tougher than ROM. No. No question about that. It's just really tanky. And it's got the same kind of, like, between the legs grab to avoid hiding, or discourage hiding behind it, I guess, that the Iron Golem did. This is gonna be rough, but very doable, I think. And remember, worst case scenario, we do have help right across the hall. So I'll give it, maybe 3 tries like this, and if we can't quite get the magic to happen, we'll go ahead and call in our ally. Just to help us get through this. First things first. Echoes, please. Like, its skull and, like, all down the length of its back have been ripped open. God. Guess the hunt didn't do too much to put this one out of commission, did it? That has a ton of health, man. So if nothing else, that, like, charging grab punch thing seems pretty easy to dodge, relatively speaking. Not sure if we're doing this right or not. Maybe we should try our whip instead. Not just for that damage bonus, but the reach. Oh my god. He's, like, obviously got all the reach in the world! One, 2, 3. Whoa! That reach. Okay. Okay, actually scrap that. We're calling in help right now. Because, this would take a very, very long time otherwise. And we've got enough bosses that are going to, like, grind us into a paste in the DLC. We've got, Father Lawrence, or Vicar Lawrence, Lady Maria, of course, and then the final boss, all of whom are insanely difficult. Well, we know that much about Maria, but the other two by reputation. So I'm hoping, as long as our buddy can just distract the boss long enough for us to wear down its legs, we can make this a little easier. Prospector Olek, one of the church hunters. Come on down. He's got a Kirk hammer and a torch. Nice, nice. That should help. The other NPC we could summon was the Madman, I think. And I'd go so far as to say I doubt he'd be quite as useful here with his arcane damage against this thing. I'm pretty sure it's resistant to arcane damage, as a matter of fact. Get high echoes. Well, right off the bat, Oleg is just getting eviscerated. Encouraging to see. Just gotta go to town on one of those legs. Unusually for like an NPC ally, Oleg seems to play pretty defensively. Ooh, we're just getting thrown around like children's toys here. So most of its attacks aren't, like, supernaturally difficult to see coming, like, say, many of Maria's are. But, golly Moses, does it have a lot of health. There we go. And once you cripple limbs like that, at least for a time, they take greatly increased damage. We got this, Oleg. We're gonna have a great run on the books at any rate. Ooh! Got him with the first blow and me with the second. There's a second phase here, isn't there? No? Like, was it vulnerable to a critical attack there? That would have been nice. Oleg, no! Well, he's just about done, isn't he? Oh, we should have used the choir bell. Oh, that slam tracks, because of course it does. Did we break one of his arms? I think we actually may have. Oh my god! And we're dead. Was a good attempt, though, good attempt. We'll give it one more try with old Oleg, just so I can say I cleared a Chalice dungeon today. But then we might want to get back to Lady Maria. I don't want to waste all of our blood vials on this. And I'm also going to equip that choir bell relic, if we can use it, that'll allow us to heal our co-op partners while they're present in our world. That'll probably make this a bit easier, right? And yeah, we can use it. I'm not ashamed to call for help in these dungeons, actually, because goodness gracious are some of these bosses hard. For 4 players at this stage of development who also have wasted a ton of souls or echoes on blood vials and the like, no doubt, but the point stands. Alright. Looks like we're ready. Let's give this our best, y'all. First things first, let's get some more echoes. How are we doing on durability? Oh, we're doing fine. Alright, Oleg, buy us a bit of time to pick up our echoes, buddy. And it looks like he does gain a different, more aggressive moveset in, like, the second half of the fight. Oh, no, you don't. Thankfully, the telegraph for that is very, very clear. Maybe not necessarily easy to nail, but clear. Oh, that got him. Ooh, and he got me. Come on, Oleg, you got this. He always gets me with that, like, about face. And he almost got me for good there. Oh no. Keep wondering if we could, like, hit him with a critical attack there. Probably not, though. He's in phase 2, I think. Oh, Oleg, come on, man. Need to take out that leg again. Alright, here, Oleg, choir bell. Oh no, we have to be like... He has to be within range. Right. No! Oh, so close, man. That would have been a great run otherwise. Well, we're getting it. Very slowly but surely we're getting it, because, man, his health is unreal. MC says crushing defeat. Oh yeah, no, this guy's for real. It's one of the few bosses in the game or the Chalice dungeons I've not fought before as well. Also our first instance, maybe aside from Murgo's wet nurse and Ludwig, of seeing a boss that just has a really, really significant amount of health relative to us and other enemies around it. MC says, I like that boss. I do too, if only because they allow for cooperation around it. I think, its health pool being what it is a bit much. But everything else, like its damage output, everything, yeah, no, it's fine. That's pretty good, actually. Without co-op, with a friend or with one of the NPC old hunters, I feel like the fight would probably just be a bit long, but I don't have any major problems with it, no. I really like his visual design. Always with the cleave, man. Always with the cleave. Maybe I actually better stick to my cane for now. Oh, he went for the grab, but missed. Yeah, there we go, baby. Use the cane. That serrated damage bonus is actually really significant. Even, believe it or not, when it comes to breaking his limbs, I think. You alright? Oh yeah, he alright. Well, we broke something, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Okay, Oleg's doing alright. Oleg's doing real well. Just gotta keep that choir bell on hand to keep him in the fight. Oh, he did that like 3 times in a row, are you kidding me? That was interesting. He switched targets midway through the combo twice. I hate that attack. Phase 2, I guess. Oleg! Come on, Oleg! Oh, it's that attack, right, the combo. If I ever dodge that attack somehow. Man. It's got too much health. It's just got too much health for what it is. I keep thinking that there's, like, a chance to get a visceral attack in on him when he drops his head, but he's not down near long enough for that. If there was, we might have a pretty easy time with this. Of course, if we have much more trouble, there's always one more thing I can try. The Whirligig-Saw, one of the strength weapons we got in the DLC that we are just strong enough to use. I think we're strong enough to use it, right? Yeah. Is apparently insanely good at crippling bosses' limbs, like very, very quickly. And we might want to give that a try. It's weird, isn't it, that most of the severe issues I'm having with Bloodborne all have to do with, like, enemies or the player's stats. Like, it's not even a poorly designed game at various points, it's just kind of poorly balanced, I think. Compared, mind, to the other entries in the franchise. Not saying, like, in general. There are games, I can think of a lot of, like, B-tier RPGs, in particular from back in the day, that are way worse when it comes to balance or difficulty scaling throughout the game, either being way too easy or way too hard, or things like that, for weird technical reasons. Well, there goes an arm. I do like that attack. I really like that attack. Well, that took him down again. I have no idea what that buff actually does. It looks like it heals him, doesn't it? Ah. MC says it's a heal, yeah. Well, that means, oh, the best way to break bosses out of animations like that, you can even do it like with Rom's teleport, apparently, is to clock them with a really powerful, like a big, of course, strength weapon, and a charged, heavy attack. So, like, for Rom, I've been told, you can use the Tonitrus's fully charged, R2 to, disrupt her teleportation. No! Oleg! Oh, I'm screwed. Well, tell you what. I ain't about to sacrifice all those echoes I've got. So we'll wait for a big attack. Then right after the whiffed execution, yeah. Get me the hell out of here. I need to level up. We're not doing that one like that. We may come back here at the end of the stream now, because I do want to get through the Astral Clocktower and into the third DLC area today.
Gammon away. Very well then.
So we get 2 levels. What am I thinking? More skill, more... Endurance ain't necessarily what we need. Maybe just some more health overall at this point. Like why not?
Farewell, good me.
And for the remainder... Oh, we're almost out of blood vials. Excellent. Let's buy 50 of them. Now, to Maria. Let's strategize this a little bit. We're going to be messing with our runes. Instead of Moon Rune, which we don't need, I'm thinking we'll get the Clawmark Rune that strengthens our visceral attacks by 10%. and I guess we can just try that for now. Her fight's going to be all about parrying. Obviously, I've seen people do it. It's really impressive when people do it. You can, like, just take her in a straight-up, non-stop dodge fest, but, like, parrying is the easier way to go here. Or the faster way, at any rate. The only thing is, I've not really gotten the timing for her third phase down. And in that phase, the second one too, but especially the third, those after effects that follow all of her slashes have a tendency to knock you on your ass, even if you, like, open a parry window, so you gotta hit it just in time, or, like, fire and dodge back or something. And real quick, let me, show off a new mechanic there. You can, not a new mechanic, but a mechanic I've never used before. You can press up on the D-pad to drain a small amount of your own health and convert it to Quicksilver bullets. Okay. Hi. That's the attack I want to learn the parry window on. There's, like, just the tiniest bit of delay. Man, why doesn't my pistol deal as much damage as yours does, Lady Maria? Yeah, there we go. Phase 1, not bad at all. Okay. Alright, alright. Holy shit! Wow! Guys, first try, are you kidding me? Wow, okay. Lady Maria, the Astral Clocktower, trophy. How did I do that? I'm terrible at this game. How did... That shouldn't have happened. That shouldn't have happened at all. If she would have used anything else, I promise you, at the start of that third phase, I'd have been done for. But she managed to use, remember, she keeps, like, I think the little 3-slash combo, and then sort of, her dual diagonal slash, kind of like that. And she went for the latter. Those are the only moves I think she keeps in a relatively, unmodified form for the third phase, and fortunately I did know the parry window for that, so we... Oh my god, we managed it, and... I'm gonna take a drink right now. I'm gonna luxuriate in this for just a moment. Thank you, MC. They say GG, that was an amazing comeback. Somehow, yeah. So, no real fan... Jesus, look at this. I say we won. Without much fanfare, Lady Maria goes down, but not without dropping a special key item. The Astral Clocktower, or no, it's the Celestial Dial, right? Yeah. Dial for the Great Astral Clock of the Grand Cathedral. A celestial dial that functions with the giant astral clock in the Grand Cathedral. When the dial is held up toward the astral clock, the clock will come to life and reveal a secret to its curious interloper. Right, so we're going to be going back through time, fittingly enough, to the place where the first of the old ones to make contact with humanity resided. And, that entity, one of the only old ones we've heard a lot about but never actually seen, ended up being the patron of Bergenworth. So the college from which the Healing Church and the School of Mensis and the Choir and all that, like, sort of branched off from. and we're going to have to make our way to that ancient god to really discover what their role is in the nightmare and all of this. Basically, we're doing this largely just for lore and loot, but hey. MC says just a huge case of hemorrhaging. Yeah, no, I actually think most of that blood was from her transition to the third phase. She sends blood flying all over the place during both transitions, but the third in particular. And yeah, now we can get her set, which I'm absolutely paying a ton of insight for. And I'm going to go check on the Saint. You know, the Saint that asked us to provide her brain fluid. Among the first hunters, all students of Gurman, was the Lady Hunter Maria. These were her hunter's gloves, crafted in Canehurst. Yeah, she was a Canehurst noble. Maria is distantly related to the undead queen, Annalise, but had great admiration for Gurman, unaware of his curious mania. Her set looks absolutely phenomenal, I think. And yeah, no, Gurman was a bit odd, but and yeah, he liked Maria, like, a lot, but he didn't take it anywhere creepy at all. No, don't worry. It was, everything was fine. So, I guess for anybody desperately wanting a dual boss fight with the doll at Bloodborne's launch for whatever reason, they got their wish. Let's head back to the research hall and talk to the Blood Saint. I talked about this at the start of the stream, but even though it's a really hard fight, I do, MC says definitely not a body pillow. Yeah, no, it's implied through Gurman's dialogue, not just like the lore, but his own dialogue. That's exactly what it is. And it's just much happier helping you because we treat the doll with respect like a living human being, which it practically is, than with Gurman, who's more than a little baddie at this point. MC says, or no, sorry, I was going to say, I talked about this at the start of the stream, but as hard as it is, I do really like the Lady Maria fight and can understand kind of the hype surrounding it. Because, like Lord Gwyn, believe it or not, Gwyn's fight in my first Dark Souls playthrough took me quite a bit of time to learn the timing for parries and things like that. But it feels so rewarding once you're like, okay, this enemy fights like me, they have like a model or a mesh like me, they have a move set that I can read, just how I have to learn to read the timing and recovery for my own attacks and things like that. And once I get that down, it's not like this huge slog against a damage sponge. You're just demonstrating kind of that you've learned this boss's moveset, and you burn them down pretty quickly. I do really like that. I would argue that the Maria fight is a bit better, a bit more robust than Gwen's fight. But we're going to see how well it ages, because in Dark Souls 3, unsurprisingly, there's a fight that very, very heavily calls back to the mechanics and presentation of that fight.
Is anyone there, please? I'm trying, but I'm afraid the sound is fading. Hello? Is that who I think it is? Please, I need brain fluid. The sticky sound is fading fast. Please bring me brain fluid. I must have it. That sound, it is all that guides me. Without it, I'll be sent back to my former, lesser years.
Sure, you got it.
Let me have it. I can hear it. Yes. The sound that guides me. Take this charm.
Oh, I skipped a line, I'm sorry.
Lady Maria gave it to me, but it is all I can offer, other than my own blood.
The balcony key.
Do not abandon me. I promise to do good.
I feel so sorry for her. It's evident that the Healing Church, in a kind of secret mania, like, lured these people in and caused many of them to believe legitimately that all of this was for some higher purpose. But as we will learn, as we will see, kind of have seen, like through Ebrietas, for instance, who always wanted to help, none of this was necessary to prosper or use the, like, knowledge or special, like, arcane magic and technology of the old gods to make your life better. So much of this, all of this, came from people desperately wanting to be like the old gods, to wield their power for themselves, not being content just working with them in concert to mutual benefit. And poor, good-natured people like this are ultimately victims of it. Victims of the church's and the college's mania.
Oh, that was sticky drip. How extraordinary. Can you hear?
Okay, she's got nothing else for us right now. Anyway, we're going to use this balcony key to open the locked door on this bottom floor of the research hall. Key to the balcony on the first floor of the research hall. Lady Maria, the Astral Clocktower, gave this to the patient Saint Adeline. Maria had hoped Adeline would find comfort in the faint breeze that carried the scent of flowers from the outside, but Adeline couldn't fathom her intentions. So this entire time, Maria's been here trying to tend to or provide some kind of succor to all of the poor, like, disused patients of the research facility. She was a good person, and I hate that she was just too far gone to be effectively reasoned with. Sorry, 1 minute. Have to send a text. Okay, sorry about that. Oh! Guys, would you check this out? It's the Lumen Flower Gardens. It's the same area where we fought the Celestial Emissary. Nice, 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 nice. Except here, all the flowers are in bloom. Yeah, this is the healing church, the upper cathedral ward. So now we know where, like, the research hall is, or originally was, relative to it. Oh, so many patients. Oh, this ain't gonna be fun, is it? But I bet there's something really good waiting for us at the other end. Oh my god, they know magic. That's new. I guess some of these suckers do have eyes. It's like the world's grossest Jedi. MC says, kind of makes me think of how I designed the backstory for my Survivor character. Really? Oh, can we head in here in this version of the dream as well? Yes, we can. Oh, we got the Black Sky Eye artifact. That's what that white-robed church cleric was firing at us in the hospital floor. The Blades of Mercy attack so quickly that you do get excellent rally potential. I've never been able to get back so much health with any weapon in Bloodborne. So it's draining lots of our vials, but we are clearing this place out. No! No! Last two. Hell. MC says, the noble that sent him to jail went hunting to show his prowess and strength, where my character hunted and protected the forest without any consideration for power. Absolutely refused to give in to being bullied because of the belief that strength came from cooperation, not acquisition or revenge. That's actually one of the closest things to a moral the first Dark Souls had, what with its emphasis on jolly cooperation. Not trying to control or destroying, but to protect and nurture. And MC says, damn, that's raging. It is. It really is. It helps, I guess, that these guys are just really beefy versions of the... or have a beefy version of the Celestial Emissaries, the lesser Celestial Emissaries moveset, but it still doesn't make it any easier to swallow. Which one of them has my echoes? I know one of them does. Oh good, it's that one. Okay. Couple ways to go about this. None of them are good. There we go. Now we run like hell to the rafters of the main cathedral. Got some blood rot critters. The bloodstone critters, that could be useful, I suppose. Especially for leveling up the weapon we get for enduring this really, really difficult DLC. Oh, we've got a chest, though. Over, or across a pit. Run. Yeah, run and jump, right? Oh, no, 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 oh, we're okay, we're okay. We can go back and try again. Let's do just that. Bold Hunter's Mark. I keep forgetting, like, in some of the Souls games, or maybe just the first one, or Dark Souls 2, and it's ingrained in my mind, to jump while running, you have to be running to jump. You click in the left control stick, but in others, you just tap the run button, or run/dodge button, as it's being held down. I love the little cape on this sucker. Alright, let's make sure we've got this down now. There we go. Alright, what do we have? Kind of weapon or artifact. Oh, a pulsing damp blood gem. Okay, I bet that's really good for what it is, but... now we just need to drop back on down. And we don't have a key to the cells of the dungeon, do we? I don't think so. MC says, I spoke as Rex, not giving in to revenge. He explained that he doesn't understand revenge and doesn't seem to have it in him. I know he stopped himself from an act of revenge, but not sure if there's a real-life example of that. Oh, sure. I think everybody's been at a point in time, maybe, where they either want to or can get back at somebody who they feel has wronged them, and even though it would come at no real cost to them, or maybe even it would incur an additional cost, they ultimately decide instead to just, I don't even want to say be the bigger person, but not participate in that kind of behavior. Because, at least from my point of view, and this is something I've told several people, including a couple students at various points, yes, okay, maybe if we add everything up and run through the logic of a conflict between two or more persons, right? It may be that ultimately your grievance against somebody is absolutely justified, that you did not get what was owed you, that somebody else had hurt you and not answered for it, even insofar as issuing an apology or something like that, certainly. And you might want to do something to get them back, or even the score, what have you. But you've got to remember, even in such a situation, even when it's not just your perspective obviously making it seem like, well, of course you were in the right to feel offended, you were in the right to be hurt, you were in the right, and the other person was clearly, objectively, 100% wrong, even if that's not just your perspective, and it is, in fact, the real grist of the situation. Doing something purely out of spite, or doing something to harm or get back at another person, does two things. Sure, it may send a message. It may say something to them. It may say, don't screw with me. It may say, my place here, whatever, has to be respected. But it also, and this is what we always have to consider, even if we don't have the basic fundamental, I would argue, virtues of, like, compassion, kindness, and forgiveness that allows us to let water run under the bridge, is it also says something about you completely removed from the conflict. And it says something about the kind of person you are and the kind of character you have. It's not the type of things that most people would want said about them. I know I certainly wouldn't. But, yeah, there's my 2 cents. Now that we're here at, I suppose, Lady Maria's tomb, we can hold up the Celestial Dial and head on back in time through one of the coolest, area transitions in the series. Check this out. Let's go. Oh, check this out. Look! We're in a whole new area, a whole new time. A very, very obvious Lovecraft reference and a beautiful area. This is the fishing hamlet, where the old ones first made contact with humanity. Madman's knowledge. Oh, I just love the look of this. So, Cause is the great old one that patronized Bergenworth and this area. Mikolash referred to her many, many times. And as we'll soon see, after discovering her power, which she had blessed these people with for ages, Bergenworth did something horrible to Cause, the great old one. And as a result, they and their people, so the Yarnamites, were cursed. The curse of blood, the curse of the beasts. Born of humanity's failings. Again, not the great old ones.
Let the pungence of cosmos cling like a mother's devotion.
MC says, interesting, this is a point I often make too, just because someone did something reprehensible to you, you'd be doing something reprehensible to them. And let's not forget, again, there's that whole subjectivity thing where, you may not objectively be in the right. That might just be your... Hold on. Your perspective. Give me one moment, folks. My Twitch mod view is going kind of wonky. Okay, good. Sorry about this. I have no idea what went up. There we go. But yeah, that type of argument is also one of the biggest cases made now for ages against, like, sort of vendetta or, vengeance-based practices the world over. So, the old one, blessed inhabitants of the fishing hamlet have some really cool-looking, unusual designs. We're finally fighting some proper pelagics. And, based on what I remember from my friend's playthrough years and years ago, they're really tough. It's the giants around here we have to watch out for. The shark giants, I think people informally refer to them as. I really like the design of these fellas. Oh, there's so many of them, though. So many. MC says, huh, Hand of Fate 2 is being showcased by GOG. Really? That's nice. Oh, that's a shortcut we can open up later. I can't believe we made it this far, folks. The final area of the game. What a ride it's been. MC says, except the streamer's not someone I follow. Okay. Sorry, give me just a minute. I keep getting all these texts about, like, again, medical stuff. Okay. Don't know what that critter was doing, don't want to know. Probably a ranged attacker of some kind. Really like these lights here. Oh. Something very icky is going on here. Probably something upstairs there. Does this look familiar? It's basically the Dark Hail hex from, well, the first couple Dark Souls games. Oh, fortunately the hexer died in a single hit, though. Didn't even have a health bar. That's good. Ooh, that damage, though. They clearly telegraphed their attacks, but it may not matter. Love the sounds of all those suckers, like, connecting and disconnecting from surfaces. Don't you dare look at me, yeah. Yeah, this is the most notorious encounter in the entire DLC, actually, is down in that well. And it's not against a boss, it's against regular enemies. But fortunately, I may just know a way to make it a bit easier on ourselves. NC says after 11... Oh god, here it is! These things. Shark giants. Oh no. Be much easier if he didn't have like one of the regular pelagics backing him up. So they deal obscene damage, but they're kind of slow. Ooh! My god. MC says, after leveling from the chalice, you might be stronger than what's expected for the area. Maybe? Kinda, sorta? I doubt it, since we spent so many echoes on vials and the like, but hopefully. And MC says, yeah, I get why they needed a hunter order to be founded. Well, actually, the implication is, even though they were transformed into all of these, like, inhuman shapes more befitting the ocean they worked in and around, that was a part of Cause's blessing to the people, and it was only after that she was harmed and Bergenworth cursed that they all went completely out of their minds. Like, believe it or not, they were all happier pseudo under the sea. So, down in the well is Lady Maria's signature weapon. Probably the best weapon for this build in the game. Sounds good, right? Well, it is. One little problem, though. It also happens to be guarded by count 'em, two shark giants that we have to fight simultaneously in a pretty tight enclosed space. Jeez. So, what are we to do? Well, old Brady did a little bit of research, not intentionally looking for a way around that, but seeing like if one of them dropped the weapon or you just need to kill them to access it. Turns out I think it's the latter. There is one specific weapon or item in the game that can make fighting them much easier, and as it would happen, it's a type of item I've literally never used before. Of course. So we're gonna try that strategy, because I really want to get our hands on this weapon and actually, you know, play around with it a little bit. So the pelagics themselves aren't bad at all, are they? They're really, really not. Kinda glad to see that. Oil. I love the visual design here. It's so distinct from Yarnum. And I would go so far as to say I kinda prefer this. Yarnum's beautiful, of course, but there's just something about, like, you know, cosmic horror and the seaside just go together like peanut butter and jelly. Great One's wisdom, unsurprising. Oh, shortcut, nice. Oh, no, 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 no. That is a new type of... Wow. So it's got that kind of grab attack, and it can't flinch like the rest of them. Oh, does somebody have a problem getting across that threshold? Well, here, let me help you. MC says, did not expect you to survive, nor did I. That was rough. Very much prefer not to have to fight them again. Okay. Let's give this a try, but first let's whip out the weapon I'm looking for. It's these. We found a few of these. The Shaman Bone Blade, a blade of bone coated with gruesome spinal fluid, used by old labyrinth watchers, in particular those presiding over rituals. When a victim is cut by this blade, the green spinal fluid temporarily numbs the senses, disturbing the target's gross motor skills. The blade, never intended for battle, must cut deep to be effective, and breaks. So we might have to make contact with this at, like, close range, but I think it will, like, cause the enemies to totally freak out. There's the weapon we need. There's the shark giant with an anchor. Yeah. Bloodborne. Bloodborne. It's all worth it, though. It's for one of the best weapons in the game. The Hexer's still active. Okay. I did not know that they respawned every time, but okay. Down we go. Jesus Christ, man! Well, the regular variant hits hard, but isn't that bad, but the one with the anchor, jeez. MC says, I sure hope the fishing village we all explore in our next survival session will be empty as expected and not like this one. Oh yeah, man, here's hoping. Jeez, this is brutal. So much goddamn health. Oh yeah, I can see why this is notorious. And the Shaman Bone Blade, for the record, didn't appear to do anything. Let me make sure I've got that right. Okay. Okay, so now we know how the Shaman Bone Blades work, and I need to tag... I'm sure you saw the second shark giant is, like, up on the wall. It doesn't have an anchor, thankfully. I need to use the bone blades to turn them hostile against each other, hopefully long enough for one to kill the other. Oh my god, my health, my health, my health. But the other one isn't dropping down, which is a problem. It's the tracking, man. The tracking on these combos are insane. Or is insane, I should say. Why do you give me every other weapon in the DLC as a drop from enemies, but the one really good dex weapon out of the bunch is hidden behind this encounter for some friggin' reason? This, for the record, is largely what I mean when I say Bloodborne, compared to the other entries in the series, feels actively hostile towards you at many, many, many points. MC says they want to discourage Dex. Friggin' obviously. In a speed game, yeah. Oh, well, we're dead. Or not. Can I parry you? Oh, I missed with my last bone blade. That's not good. Welcome to Bloodborne. Everybody's loud as hell. Yeah. MCS, can you shoot the other one to drop down? No, I can't. Not with my gun, anyway. It's worth it, though. I promise it's worth it. And we're out of Shaman Bone Blades, which is great. Let me go try to grab some more of those. I think you can buy them with Insight. 'Cause, if we can plug the anchor-wielding one with, a Shaman Bone Blade, just as soon as the other drops down, we might be able to make this. Yeah, they're not sold here, are they? No. And while we're at it, we'll use some of our insight up. Which we have quite a lot. There we go. Yeah, let's go ahead and get 6. Just in case. This is one of those encounters that feels, well, it's standard Bloodborne. Possible, but just barely. I'm going to try shooting the other one down with a different weapon, maybe one with just a slightly longer range, but I don't know if that'll have any effect. Let's see. Long range, long range. Oh no, we have such low blood tinge, we cannot wield, or strength, we can't wield anything else. Well. Could always whip out one of the good old, throwing knives. Because, yeah, if we can drop and then blade the first one right off the bat, or the unarmored one, or the unarmed one, we have a decent chance of this. We're dead. Nope, nope, we're not. Okay. Nope, cannot trigger him ahead of time. Good idea, though. MC says, clearly you need a big fishing boat. Oh, if only. Looks like this is a job for Big the Cat. They all made fun of him in Sonic Adventure. Never knew they'd need him here. Look at the arcs on its attacks, though. It has so much horizontal coverage, it's insane. What the... Is this weapon even worth it? Do we even want to get this? Or do we just want to clear the game at this point? When my friend managed to take care of this, he was running a strength build, of course, and summoned in a co-op partner and just spent the entire time plugging at the thing with, like, the church cannons. Each of them had a church cannon equipped, and that's how they did it. Hold on. I'm going to see something. Shark giant. Here we go. You can parry it. Thank God. We can parry these things. And he says checking strategy as well. Love that it says give up. Yeah, this encounter's notorious. Even amongst, like, the most masochistic sectors of the fan base, this one's known for being kind of bullshit. There's just such a delay from, like, the onset of his animations, but there we go. Well, we got it vulnerable. I do love, though, it basically just straight up says, look, do not try to fight this thing with standard attacks. It ain't gonna work. Hey, we got it. We got it with the bone blade. no. Shit! We got the parries down. At least we got the goddamn parries down. It's that the big one... First off, I was expecting the anchor-wielding one to just wipe the floor with the other one, but it whiffed all of its attacks somehow. The second, but fortunately, the smaller one managed to work him down to almost nothing, and then didn't finish the job. We're dead. Never mind. Did Dark Souls 1 or 2 have anything like this that we're aware of? Anything this bad, I mean. Or as bad as this DLC in general. I feel like the main game is already too difficult, not too challenging, as in, like, presenting really intricate obstacles to the player that require precise strategy or things like that, but just difficult in the sense of how hard it is to execute on what's required of the player. The main game was already, in my opinion, a bit too difficult. But this is just, frankly, ridiculous. There we go again. MC says, no, we've gone from shit city to bullshit city. Yeah. Yeah, we have. It's a balance thing, though. It's just a balance thing. If enemies dealt less damage, and if a couple bosses had slightly less health, the game may not be the smoothest in the world, but it would be a perfectly fine experience. And keep in mind, we are trying to do more or less everything, short of maybe the Chalice dungeons. Those might have to wait for, like, post-game streams, and probably will, given how much health and the like enemies have in the like, depth 3 dungeons. I will say, though, I do appreciate that these things can be parried. I accidentally had it in two-handed mode. Whoops. Let's fix that. Oh, that was weird timing. And apparently, like, the variants down here, right at the bottom of the well, they have, like, a special, stat pool compared to other shark giants. Like, they've got more health, more damage, the whole nine. Got him. Have fun. What on earth are they doing? Have fun, buddy. There we go. I guess I have to be close enough for them, for the combat to be recognized by the game. There we go. Should have just waited for another parry. It's the difference I keep coming back to. It feels like, despite everything, MCS, does it respawn? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does. I'm pretty sure it does. So, good news, we can backstab them. That's a thing. But I just keep having this problem breaking this game's design down in my head. For the most part, Dark Souls gives you so many tools and spells and weapons and armor and different things to play around with. It really feels like, for the most part, hard or challenging as it may be, that game really does want you to succeed. Bloodborne doesn't. MC says you can backstab, you can parry, and you could shoot yourself and never play again. Yeah, it's, I do really like, I must say, the increased emphasis on and ease of executing parries. That's really cool. And I think, come Dark Souls 3, parries and backstabs each are just a little bit smoother, in their overall execution, which is cool. But... Oh, we're dead. We're dead. Yep, got hit with all of those hex orbs all at once. And why, yes, they do respawn. Why wouldn't they? Remember, kids, the Dark Lurker, that was just too damn easy. It's not what people wanted, so we had to really give the people what they want. Which is a burning desire, I guess, to never play Call of Cthulhu, as good as that game looked. Are you kidding me? The shark giant fell down the well with me. Okay, there just might be a way out of this. It's going to involve bone blades and prayer. No! No! Yeah. And I did a little bit of research, because I did want to see what the overall consensus was, and a lot of people, at least at launch, because a lot of the comments I saw were from around launch, found this a lot easier than Dark Souls and Dark Souls 2. And apparently, at launch at least, that had to do with the fact that the Ludwig's Holy Sword weapon, you know, the standard greatsword, not the Moonlight greatsword added in the DLC, was like obscenely powerful and could cripple or stun bosses really, really, really easily. At least we're getting your parries down, big guy. Yeah, there we go. Well, that was quick. Or not, because it's still not down. Okay. they track you with the slams. That's one of the things that throws me off the most about this game, is like those big bulky like slam attacks so many enemies have actually do track you, and in Dark Souls they would not. No! 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 Oh, shit! Wouldn't have been that bad if you'd have used any of your regular melee attacks at all. I'm so sorry, guys. I shouldn't be getting this worked up. I'm so sorry, but... And we're almost out of blood vials again. Good! Good. Yeah, right. MC says that's another thing that bothers me with the design. They can track with their attacks, like all of them, but you can't. Exactly. Man, when my friend played this for the first time and tried to get Lady Maria's weapon, oh my god, I was at his house like for the weekend, and man, yeah, whatever, just kill me. Just kill me. He damn near threw his television through the wall. And it's not just that. Notice, enemies in this game, even especially the big ones, like the bloodletting beast, like the undead giants, to compensate, I think, for the fact that even by Bloodborne's really quick standards, they're a bit slower than the player, every single thing they do tracks. In Dark Souls, to be fair, some bosses, especially the bigger ones, have limited tracking, but it's nowhere near as pronounced as it is here. Like, say, remember after we died against Lady Maria once, and saw her, without moving her model, entering an animation, I should say, go sailing across the floor about 7 or 8 feet. Yeah, there you go. There we don't go. Kill him. That his attacks just clip right through the other one. Did the bone blades wear off? I think the bone blades wore off. Why, Shaman Bone Blade? Why? Okay. Okay, we got it. Guess we come back here later. MC says finally. Amen. So yeah, it is thankfully a really skill-centric weapon. Hunter weapon wielded by Lady Maria, the Astral Clocktower. A trick sword originated in the same country as the Canehurst Chikage, only this sword feeds not off of blood, but instead demands great dexterity. Well, we got that in spades. Lady Maria was fond of this aspect of the Rakuyo, as she frowned upon blood blades despite being a distant relative of the queen. One day she abandoned her beloved Rakuyo, casting it into a dark well when she could stomach its presence no longer. Didn't stop her from kicking our ass with it about 700 times, but fair enough. MC says, I'd say GG, but it doesn't feel right. Yeah, that's the other thing. It kind of doesn't. Dark Souls always felt very satisfying when you overcame hurdles. This game, at times, the DLC especially, just kind of doesn't. I feel exhausted, right? But we've only got 2 more serious hurdles before the end game, and the Chalice dungeons, if we decide we want to finish those first. Lawrence and the final boss here. I'm gonna try to make it to the final boss's, lamp, because there's one right outside the arena, more or less. Then go fight Lawrence, if we can, and then, like, maybe bring this sucker home. We might have time to complete it today, for all I know. MC says, not even a decent Blood Echoes pull. Oh no, of course not. Wait a minute. Of course not. Man, I think that's it. I think we stumbled upon another weakness, or one that I've not thought about extensively before, in relation to how this game doesn't feel as rewarding. Okay, dig this. One thing that a lot of newer players appreciated about Bloodborne was that there was less variety in, say, weapons and armor sets with really distinct properties and things like that that you had to, like, laboriously learn across multiple, like, sometimes failed or partial playthroughs just to be able to operate the damn game. Totally understand that. But there is so much less unique loot in this game, not counting like keys and things like that. So, whereas in Dark Souls, even if you're working your way through the same area time and again and again and again, like sort of grinding through a really tough area, like say we did in Iron Keep, all those chests had unique items that might be useful, might not, but that we'd never seen before, that had additional lore, that made us feel like we accomplished something very minute, but hey, we got something new, right? We learned something at the very least. Or, grinding our way through those same enemies time and again had a high chance of us acquiring some of their gear. And if, say, like a lot of people do when they're going through Anne Orlando the first time, or Iron Keep the first time, you're grinding up against those Steel Knights or those Alon Knights, bad wording, my apologies, and as you keep, like, working through them, trying to learn them, you get their gear, the gear that's been butchering you time and again, and you discover, like, hey, this armor's really good, or this katana's really good. Oh my god, the Silver Knight Spear has such great stats and scaling. Why don't I use this stuff to try to get through the obstacle the game has presented to me? So you're always changing things up, you're always pondering on new things, and you're always being rewarded with unique, like, location-specific items and little rewards just for making it a tiny bit further. In Bloodborne, by and large, outside of specific locations and scenarios, you're not. And that makes it feel like more of a grind than a Dark Souls game. Or Demon Souls, or Sekiro. I am convinced. Sekiro, for instance, every single time you make it through a difficult fight, like one of the game's million mini-bosses, you get unique loot. Every time. Not saying it's stuff you don't get anywhere else or from other mini-bosses, but you get stuff that drastically changes the way you play the game. Here, again, by and large, you don't. We killed, like, the special hunter boss, Lady Maria, probably the best fight in the DLC in most people's estimation. And we get to buy her armor, which is cool, but do we get the weapon? No, because the game wants you to suffer a bit more for that first, even though it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And yeah, I'm sorry I'm kind of ranting, but that's something else that's just been, like, bothering me about this game. But now that we've got it, oh baby. We need more bloodstone chunks? Not a problem. We can get those. Am I on the money there, or am I off base? I honestly don't know. I see. How many chunks do we need total? One more. MC says, nah, you are on the money. I thought so. I thought so. Like, Bloodborne's so weird, because again, it's not a bad game, it just feels frustrating. Not poorly made, frustrating in a way that other games like this, including a lot of the Souls-alikes, The Surge, even Lords of the Fallen, the one that lots of people friggin' hate, kind of don't. And I just think that's very interesting. Alright, Rakuyo, what do you have? It's a very powerful blood gem, nice. More skill scaling, sure. Boosts rally potential by 12.5%. HP constantly recovers. Oh, all of those sound nice. Let's go for it. So the baseline damage of the Rakuyo, as we can see, is not near as high as the Blade of Mercies. But check out this moveset. Are you ready? So by default, it's a twin blade with excellent reach, really cool stabs with the dagger end of the weapon, and the self-same thrust attack that Lady Maria would use to just ruin our day, and by transforming it, you detach him, and oh boy, here we go. Yeah, buddy. And here it comes. Oh, I thought as part of the strong attack set we would get like that overhead cleave. But no. Oh, that is so sick. Yeah, Rakuyo's alright in my book. It's my best friend's favorite weapon in the game. One second, MC's got some great commentary for us, some suggestions as to, like, what makes this game a little bit off vis-a-vis the others. But I'm gonna grab a drink and be right back. We are finishing this sucker today, even if we don't do all of that Chalice Dungeon stuff. I promise you that. MC says, I think I know the core problem. It's a streamlined game. Everything you see in this game has been simplified for a new audience. I guess, like, to allow for a broader audience, you mean? So, like, a lot of the mechanics and stats and the really wonky under-the-hood stuff from Dark Souls 1 and 2, which, to be fair, could be really kind of overwhelming or cumbersome at times, has been simplified for, like, that newer audience. Less loot, faster combat. Here's the thing. I think a more real world instead of pure fantasy. I will agree with you on a couple of those charges, and I will push back on a couple others. First off, faster combat in and of itself, especially since they refined the system for Dark Souls 3, I would actually argue improves the series. Dark Souls 3 isn't this fast, it's just faster than the first two, and feels a bit more reactive, a bit more, it feels a bit more frenetic, and like the player has to really, like, concentrate on key encounters, and I quite like that. It's nowhere near this fast, enemies are nowhere near this fast most of the time, and it's every bit as tricky as the first two games, but for all the right reasons, I would argue. And I will agree that the excessive simplification of, like, stats and, so, like, Dark Souls 2, with, like, specific stats for how fast you roll, or drink Estus, or attune spells and all of that's maybe a bit much, but, having so many different ways to play the game, like, and having them be viable. If I want to be a big tanky build with a massive hammer, I can do that. If I want to be an agile build with a katana or like 2 scimitars, I can do that. If I want to use a crossbow, or if I want to use magic or miracles or things like that, I can. In Dark Souls 2 in particular, that's another reason why I contend it's the best entry in the series. Here, the balance seems a little bit off, and I will agree with you, MC. Simplification of stats, like, indirectly reduces the number of, like, viable ways players can, like, experiment with all of this stuff in their controller inventory. You have some of the most phenomenal, really cool looking and feeling weapons in the series, far and away. Like, I love the trick weapons. But aside from them, the weapons themselves, you don't have that many tools, aside from, like, basic firebombs and throwing knives, to actually work your way through this game. Yes, you've got the artifacts, but unless you dump a ton of points into Arcane, a lot of them aren't going to be super duper useful against a lot of different enemies, in my experience. Now, some people swear by an Arcane build. I'm totally fine with that, but just my experience. Less loot, obviously, is a major problem. It feels so much less rewarding just making your way through an area most of the time. And MC says, as well, the real world instead of pure fantasy, that's the other point I'm going to push back on. Speaking personally, I'm a massive fan of, like, Victorian cosmic horror, or there was no excessive real Victorian cosmic horror, but, like, early 20th century cosmic horror set in a Victorian kind of setting. And I absolutely adore the fact that FromSoft took on so many of those tropes of, like, the eldritch and the otherworldly and said, hey, these would make great adversaries for a game like ours. And broadly, I agree. They'd already dipped their toes into, like, the unknowable and the eldritch for enemies in some of their earlier games. I'm thinking, like, the Four Kings and the Dark Lurker, things associated with the Abyss, usually. So the setting I quite like. I don't think there's anything wrong with the setting, and I'm glad they did this. MC says, I'm saying the world difference points to expanding the market audience. Sure. This was also like a PlayStation 4 exclusive. It was really heavily marketed by Sony and friends as like an original IP that they had From develop for them. Or they developed in conjunction with them one way or the other. MC says, I love the settings. Yeah, agreed. And I'll also agree that, yeah, this would appeal to a broader base and be more easy to understand, I think, at first, than, say, Dark Souls 2's kind of bizarre disjoint lore, Dark Souls 1's virtually impenetrable lore. And MC says, I'm not saying faster combat is bad, but it's simplified. Like, enemies tracking, you having to either strike, like, basically parry, or just die. Right, yeah, no, absolutely. It's not like, I can, if I'm fast enough, roll behind an enemy, like some of the bigger guys, like we did with Sif, like we did with the Royal Rat Authority, or under them, and be more or less safe there. If they are in melee range and they execute an attack, either we use our really generous, to be fair, iframes to dodge through it, we dodge away and the follow-up attack hits us, or we parry them. Or we just get hit. Those are kind of your options. I think that may have been done to incentivize, like, use of the easier, more accessible parrying, but I don't know that it works. I'd like to have it just be... Maybe, remove the tracking, but give players fewer bullets per, like, life. That sounds like a fair balance, right? I don't know. It's just interesting to think about. But now that we're here... and we're never going back down the hell well, let's test out Rakuyo. Okay, that ain't bad. That ain't bad. But I really want to use it transformed. Or no, that was untransformed. This is transformed. Right. I mean, it just doesn't deal as much damage as our Blades of Mercy, which is really what's going to be like the big mark against it. But I like the moveset. I really like the moveset. Alright, so the butcher's in here. Right. There we go. So the final boss of the DLC also has a trick weapon, and It fights with a special trick weapon that we can never actually get our hands on, nor see anywhere else in the game. Look forward to that. The Harrowed set. Oh yeah, we've been in here before. We won't swap it out, but I do want to see what it says. Certain church hunters obfuscate their identities and slip into the nooks and crannies of the city. This is the garb that allows those harrowed individuals to go unnoticed. These hunters are keen to early signs of the scourge, serving as a first line of defense against its outbreak. Or perhaps, when the time is right, they find signs of the scourge where there are none. It just goes to show, the corner beggar is not always who he seems. That is the garb of the mysterious-like, bandage-wrapped man who's spoken to us at various points throughout the DLC. We've not run into him here yet. And we are just going to make a beeline right on out of here. How are you guys part of the same environment, or intended to be fought in the same environment as the shark giants, right? Like... Oh, they've got, like, javelineers. Oh, they've got sea dogs! Oh, they look so cool! Quite like these dogs. There we go. I forgot, you can, usually clip, dog-type enemies with your gun to knock them off their feet. Okay, we might actually have to go blades for this. If it were fully upgraded to +10, the Rakuyo would be great, and I'm so glad we have it. Because there was no way I was letting those sharks get off after that. I don't know exactly how big this area is. I do know before we do anything else, we're taking out the Hexer. No! I know that sound. Oh my god, no. Anybody but you. And she says I did a little bit of testing with Dark Souls 1 today. Oh yeah, what you testing, man? Oh, knocked him over. That's something. MC says, I skipped Tar's Demon by going around the garden with the Master Key. Oh, yeah, you do have access to that skip, and you can get much deeper into the game quite early on. Not exactly sequence breaking, but getting to some harder areas first. MC says, got a scimitar to +5, boosted dex a bit. There you go, that's the way. Do be careful, though, because curved swords are fare really poorly against anything that does not have, like, exposed flesh. Like, extraordinarily poorly in Dark Souls 1, anyway. I do like the curved sword moveset in Dark Souls 1, however. It's one of my favorites. Has this unfortunate tendency to go clanging off of walls, but other than that... Oh, MC says, then went for it with electricity. 3-hit death. Damn, good for you. Right on. So this is the shortcut that'll take us to the boss room, eventually. Oh, hello, buddy.
I'm afraid I've made a book.
You ran into one of those shark things, didn't you?
Oh, I can hear the bell now. The beast.
MC says, oh, I swapped blades between dagger, scimitar, and longsword. That is a good set. That is a really good set of weapons. Very versatile. Right on.
Again. It never ends.
Have you beaten the game yet? Or are you just experimenting with different builds? That's what one of my friends loves to do. It's my best friend, who obviously is like a fellow Soulsborne vet. He has beaten each of the games many, many times, more times than I have. But, he really loves playing around with different stuff. MC says, nah, I've been experimenting. I bet your current build feels really good, though.
Testament to the old sins. It feeds this hunter's nightmare. Please, bring to an end the horror. So our forefathers sinned. We hunters cannot bear their weight forever.
Right, so we'll be able to release the hunters from this hellish afterlife and presumably allow them to pass on to the proper afterlife of this world if we defeat the creature that's been fueling the hunter's nightmare. So we got Simon's Bowblade and the underground cell inner chamber key. We're going to explore the exterior just a bit first. Okay, so rage aside, the fishing hamlet's absolutely beautiful, and oh man, we can see her from here. So, friends, that's Cause. The great old one that developed a genuine fondness for all these people, and in her own way, by transforming them into this weird pelagic community that was apparently perfectly sane and happy and healthy, presumably even the horrible whale shark things, blessed them with a better life than they would have been able to eke out otherwise, and who was contacted by Bergenworth. And that down there, that's her. I'm sure you can ascertain exactly what Bergenworth did to earn the curse placed on them and on Yharnam. This, as infuriating as the TLC may be, this is not going to be a happy ending. MC says, I mean, I can run through many things with little issues. Still suffering from the geometry, though. Yeah, Dark Souls 1, you have a tendency to, like, have your weapon bounce off of, walls or things like that more frequently than it would in other games. And in the other games, Bloodborne included, that can still happen, but I feel like they give you a little bit more wiggle room. Another shortcut. Let's check out the key. Key to the inner chamber of the Grand Cathedral cell. Oh, this will allow us to open up the cells of the dungeon. MC says, yeah, and the enemies don't have geometry clipping issues. My favorite glitch we've seen in one of these games is in this DLC. I don't know if you caught it on the VOD. We were attacked by a blood-starved beast, but it just, like, halfway through the fight dove straight through, like, it charged at me with that, like, leaping right claw attack, but just ended up sailing straight through the floor. NC says, this is why I like the scimitar run attack move. Yeah, no, it's pretty good. The innermost chamber of the underground cell holds a lone madman. He wears a beast hide and rings a bell that emits no sound. Unending death awaits those who can hear the soundless bell. Yeah, that's Brady, the guy locked in the cell at the end of the dungeon hallway. So this will allow us to get in there and kill him, I presume. Well, let's explore what we can first before going back. MC says that was ridiculous. It was, but I mean, I feel like that was the game doing me a solid because it just knew that Ludwig was coming up. Now we can hear the bell. It's Brady time. Now, we actually want this guy to invade us, because I think he drops special gear if you defeat him enough times as an invader. He wields a special weapon that draws on his own blood to form a really gnarly-looking mace. Oh, can we not parry him? It looked like that would have hit head on. We might not be able to. Oh, that'd be bad. Oh, here we go, though, y'all. Yeah, Blades of Mercy time, baby. We got his, manchettes, the bloodied armbands. Oh, we also got Simon's weapon, didn't we? The bow blade? It is a blood tinge and skill weapon. Choice weapon of Simon, one of the first healing church hunters. Simon despised firearms, and so the church workshop had this specially fashioned to his liking. The large curved blade serves as a bow when transformed. But aside from a few close friends, Simon was scoffed at for his choice of arms. For who would dare face the beasts with a measly bow? Well, it looks really gnarly, doesn't it? Check that out! Speaking of a curved sword. Nice! And transform it, and it becomes a bow that uses, it does use quicksilver bullets as ammo, but we can also, like, bat at our enemies with an arrow. That's kind of cute. Yeah, I dig it. I mean, it's not for us, because we're not running a blood tinge build, but it's really cool. And so he says cheese sword. I like the design. I hope there's folks who've been able to make some exceptional builds with that. It's oddly beautiful out here, isn't it? Like so many things associated with cosmic horror, there's this serene, otherworldly beauty to a lot of it, I find. Oh, right. Now there's also some who can call down lightning strikes on us, because that's just a thing. It's that one with the giant pole. At least they make him easy to find, huh? Oh no, my items. Oh. We don't want to drop down there now, do we? No. MC says uneasiness in the mists of beauty. Yeah, definitely. Nice try, sucker, but I can't be struck by lightning when I'm inside. Oh, there he is. How on earth did I miss you? You dropping anything? Oh! A bolt blood gem. That's very appropriate. So much to explore here. I think we'll kind of start at the top and work our way down, maybe? Oh, there's a lot of them in here. Bye-bye. Oh, there's a Stormcaller in here too, though. At least their damage output is compensated with by the fact that they're kind of frail. Bullets, a bunch of bullets, okay. What I really like about this area from a design perspective is how wholly unlike everything else in the game, right down to color palette, it is. Shortcut number one? Yes. Yes, in fact. Oh, there's a couple more Stormcallers. There's just so many guards here. Now they have every reason to be angry with us, though, because we're a hunter, and hunters, well, as we saw, hunters killed their god. Their benevolent, kind of harmless god. So it's not necessarily true that they're all just, like, insane or something. They might seem to be, but they could just be very, very cross with us. Here we have a bunch of mollusk women, like or shells, discarded shells of mollusk women, like the one that fell on us out of nowhere earlier in the Hunter's Dream. And notice all of these things, all these slugs are, phantasms. The otherworldly creatures used to communicate with the old ones. I guess they could act as some kind of psychic translator or something. So, MC, what do you think, man? Should we go for the rest of the Chalice dungeons in this playthrough, or since we can, like, do them in New Game Plus, just put them on the back burner, since there's, like, 2.5 more just to get the final boss, who, for the record, I can attest, having seen it, is, aside from a lore perspective, kind of underwhelming. Actually, very underwhelming. I mean, I could tell you what it is, if you'd like. We cleared out everything up here? Looks like it, so we might want to head back down to the hamlet itself and clear out those... or that kind of bog down there. MC says I'd keep them on back burner unless frustration arises. So just get around to them later, like after... Are you saying, like, use them to level if we end up stonewalled here, but otherwise just set them to the side once we're through with this area and go ahead and complete the playthrough? And MC says, yeah, it's a slog to get the lore, so you can go ahead. Thank you. So the final boss of the Chalice dungeons at the very bottom of the Thumerian Labyrinth is a character we've seen before and has great implications in the lore but never really did anything. I gotcha. It's Queen Yharnam. Yharnam the Thumerian Queen, who has been dead for ages, but... whatever, and her baby Murgo, the old one we killed in its infancy in the loft, also dead. Murgo is totally invisible because she was sired by formless Erden, like the incorporeal old one, and Yharnam attacks with a chalice of blood that she, like, sprays around that causes insane, like, frenzy buildup, and I think stabs with a dagger, and Murgo... who she is, like, either holding or is, like, just associated with her hitbox, can, like, wail out and cause additional frenzy and physical damage and things like that. But for the point in the game where she's encountered, Yharnam has very little health and low resistances, and kind of goes down very, very quickly based on what I know and have been told. So it's really cool that they put something like that at the end of all the optional content. I just wish it, wasn't quite so hard to get. No, not again. Well, we're dead. I think the guys with cleavers are posed almost entirely in places where they can easily ambush you. Meaning we've got to go through all of that again. We are not far from the final boss, though. We are not far at all. It's right on the other side of these caves, if I recall. Oh, he's coming back? Okay, well, welcome back, Brador. I think his weapon's called the Defiler or something. Oh, he used an iron elixir. It prevents him from being, like, stunned by attacks. Yeah, it makes his skin hard as iron. I see. Sneaky little so-and-so. Oh no. Oh no. hell's in here? Ken Coldblood? Is he gone? Is he respawning somewhere else? Yep. That's also what kept us from parrying him. I see, I see. Sneaky, sneaky. We got his beast hide garb, which comes with a really nice Cleric Beast pelt. And once we're through with all this, we can break into his cell in the church dungeon and kill him permanently. And I think he might drop something unique then, like his weapon, maybe. Oh yeah, we probably don't want to let them call down lightning strikes when we're in the water now, do we? No, because that would be very, very, very bad. How are they doing this? Oh, I guess there's enough holes in the roof for them to work with. I think not. Whatever happened to the first Braydor? Is he just gone for this cycle, I suppose? His weapon's really unique. It uses a chunk of the user's own HP to manifest that mace for a limited time, and deals insane amounts of damage. Otherwise, I think it's a pretty standard, like, little melee weapon. No, 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 no! Well, there goes all of my echoes. Tens of thousands of echoes again. I thought I could roll out of the way in time. And it looked to me like I actually managed to start the rolling animation, and the enemy just no-sold it and caught me anyway. Another thing, via Dark Souls, like, the amount of birth, the actual hitbox for, like, enemies' grabs and things like that, seems way more generous to the enemies in this title than it did in, like, Dark Souls 2 especially, right? MCS, you had a harpoon stuck in your leg. How you feeling? Like, before long, I will probably develop a very serious case of tetanus. Let's go down this way. The pelagics themselves, like the way they're designed to function, I actually really like. Yeah, even the butchers that, like, have cut me down entirely too many times for me not to learn anything. Because that's the way a lot of Dark Souls humanoid enemies will function. There will be a bunch of different variants, many of which will be simple but pose a specific type of challenge, and one or two of which will be really, really demanding or have ultra-powerful attacks, like the butchers, for instance. There we go. Whew. At least we still get plenty of echoes from them. Jesus Christ, what was that? So, I actually really like the fishing hamlet, yeah? It's a well-designed area through and through. It's got probably some of the best enemies in the game. Like, the giants at the bottom of the well notwithstanding. The regular giants ain't too bad for late game enemies. They're really not. Stressful, but not egregiously trying or anything like that. This is probably the best designed area the DLC has to offer, wouldn't you say? It's like a massive hunting party out here. Hunting us, I suppose. Oh god. Why are there more of them? There we go. MC says, you know, if you think about it, it must stink like hell in this place. Speaking as someone who, and I know this is very unusual, kind of likes the smell of fish, I guess because, like, fish was always being cleaned or, like, cooked in my home as a kid. I'm, like, as I said, part Cajun, so that was just, like, a definite thing. I can imagine this place must reek. Because in addition to all of, like, the salty, fishy smell, you've also got all the horrible, rotten smell. MC says, I don't know why, but this area feels Dark Souls 2. Yeah! Yeah, is it something to do with, like, enemy placement and encounter design and all that? Because this, on the whole, again, well, ogres aside, feels so much better than the rest of the DLC, to me, anyway. And that might be it. It's like, oh, hey, this reminds you of a game that didn't, like, despise you with everything it had in it. And so he said that and the atmosphere. Yeah, this feels more fantastical. It's an eldritch take on fantasy that I really quite like. What on earth was that? Oh. Firebomber, my bad. Didn't see you there, buddy. Bloodstone chunks, very nice. Very nice. Even more. Right on. Run? Oh yeah, I guess they meant like run through all of the troops down here. Can we summon Brady again over here? Because I kind of would like another piece of that armor. Yep. Showtime. Not about to let you get your elixir in, buddy. Blades of Mercy are so good for NPC hunters. They're so good. Oh, no nifty gear that time? Just some souls? Okay. Echoes, souls. You know the one I mean. Now let's go clear out sort of the mollusk processing center. And we can be on our way closer, ever closer to the final boss of the DLC. Now, of the game's two final bosses, by reputation, both are pretty solid, but the first is a difficult test of everything we've learned up to and including parrying, and the second is relatively straightforward, so like by Bloodborne standards, not bad at all. I'll be interested to see how I feel about those, because, little bit of trivia, I never actually completed this game. I killed Murgo's wet nurse. Then I think I got distracted with school or something. I think I got around to that point in the game around midterms or something. It was like my first year of college, second semester. And I just got distracted and never picked it back up until I heard, oh, there's DLC, so I want to wait until the DLC comes out. DLC comes out, I was busy with other things. So I've never fought the final two bosses. I'm really excited to, though. MC says, one is mind, the other is body, and I'm all for a good body with a good mind. Right on. Come on. Come on, buddy. Oh wait, yeah, we can chop through these, right? Oh, you're screwed then. As long as we're not making contact with the water, in which case I'm certain it would, like, disperse and absolutely ruin us. The thunderbolts don't have a very, like, wide radius. I do appreciate that. Uh-oh. Really missing my cane. Okay, so in groups, when they're actually aggroed and I don't have, like, the drop on them, they provide coverage for each other really well. He says, I want a stick like that to call upon pizza delivery. Oh man, that's a brilliant idea. They look like they should be like porters for a taxi service or something at an airport, right? I had... Oh, weapon at risk. Well, that's not good. I had Domino's version... Oh, we're using the bow blade. That's really not good. Domino's Pizza's version of, like, a Meat Lovers recently, and it was... Oh, hell. Well, that's fine. We can go repair our weapon. It was the pinnacle of okay. I absolutely adore a Meat Lovers pizza. Or, like, just a Supreme pizza. And Domino's was perfectly inoffensive. Which, by the standards of Domino's Pizza in Central Tennessee, is not bad. I'm not really a pizza guy. Most of the time I'll go for, like, well, I'll have it delivered anymore, but, like, carry-out, Americanized Chinese, Thai, or, Indian. I really like authentic Chinese food. It's probably my favorite cuisine in the world, but after my junior year, the only restaurant in town that served a really robust menu of it closed down, unfortunately. They just weren't doing too well business-wise. Real shame. Sweetest people in the world owned it. Let's just keep dumping this stuff into the Rakuyo. Might as well. We might actually need it for the final boss. Okay, y'all, let's take care of this. Yeah, it's just gonna be, the final boss of the DLC and then the final bosses of the game. And since we've consumed 3 of those, like, Elder One, umbilical cords, we get a special ending. And it's, in my mind anyway, probably the most hopeful ending. Now, I want you to consider one thing, and this is literally me just throwing theory out there, because it's not, as I'm aware, a particularly big theory, or even a theory in the community. But as we're aware in this game, like, dreams, nightmares, like, the realms of sleep are very much real places, right? Like, just separate from the waking world. Consider this. We have never, not once, received any concrete proof that Yharnam ever existed in the real world, have we? We know that it interacts with real-world places, as the doctor we went to for treatment, who ended up transporting us here, was well aware of Yharnam, and it's... No! My echoes! Shit! Wouldn't be Bloodborne without getting just a few more of those in on us, would it? But yeah, we've not received any concrete proof that Yharnam as a place ever existed outside of the dream. Because that's what's happened here if the lore's been a little disjoint. The entire city of Yharnam was cast into a waking nightmare. Supposedly. And instead of just culling the beasts, which is what hunters typically do, like alleviating the pain a little bit, we're working now to try to bring an end to the interminable nightmare. And there's a few different ways to do that. The most basic endings just feature us getting the hell out of Dodge and leaving Yharnam, waking up in, well, the waking world. But we can actually set a whole lot of this right if we take the proper steps, and I believe we have. We can help all these people, and, depending on your interpretation, we can also help the old ones. Strange that Bloodborne, of all games, would have, like, one of the happier endings until, like, Dark Souls 3, I want to say. Dark Souls 3 does give a very positive ending to, dark-aligned players who really want to work for it. And by work for it, I mean complete a specific quest line. And that's what we're gonna be going for. Okay, we got everything from upstairs. So some of these are still alive and will attack us. They have tons of health. But, not much. Well, sorry. They themselves do, as like an entity. But the women protruding from the shells don't. We'll use Rakuyo to make sure we don't wear down our weapon again. So they don't have the world's most impressive attacks. Oh, they're all mollusk women. Let's, tell you what, let's just get my blood gem and get on out of here. Not like those poor souls can do much. Oh, crap, y'all. I think we might be here. Bloodstone chunk. Oh, but there are some of them who do not have the shells and move much more quickly, and Brador's here somewhere. Oh no. Dude, we get it, you're here. Oh, it's another Hexer. Oh no. Well, there's the Iron Elixir, meaning we're waiting a while. Oh, are you kidding me? Okay, so he's going to, like, just keep quaffing the elixir as long as he can. Which, I mean, hey, it's what I would do. Got him, though. Got him! What you got for us this time, buddy? Interesting for, like, an NPC to be that kind of gimmick fight, but okay, we got his pants. All we're missing now is the headdress, I think. What on earth were they guarding? Let's have a little look-see. Ooh, some potent Ken Coldblood. It might be useful to dig up a couple additional levels. Where, Oh! We've not been there yet. I thought for a second that might be the ledge overlooking the terrible shark things, well... But it's not. It's not. Lead elixir. Oh, we got no choice, do we? Let's delve a little deeper then. To the edge of the pit. That looks like such a good idea. Oh, lantern, please. Here's our little elevator. The final shortcut, folks. Final shortcut in the game, more or less. Oh wait, no, we still got Lawrence to try and burn down as well. Pun not intended. Voila. More Kin Coldblood. Obviously lots of creatures and villagers touched by the power of cause around here, so that makes sense. Now let's see, is there anything under here, or is this just like a sucker's trap? No, there is something tucked away down here. Cursed Ken Hunter's Damp Blood Gem. A gem specifically made to ease fighting the final boss of the DLC, I think. Because the final boss does count as Ken, which is to say, a pseudo-mortal creature sired by the old ones. Y'all hear that? I hear a winter lantern. Yep. That is definitely what that is. This is our shortcut back to the horrible shark thing. Well, temper and damp blood gem, more cold blood. Alright. Weird to find winter lanterns here of all places, and only here. Really powerful blood gem, but cursed it looked like, and a lead elixir. Back out to, like, the processing facility, it looked like. Or a different wing of it. Tell you what, they're much easier to deal with inside the shells. Fool's Damp Blood Gem. Lots of gems in this DLC. This area in particular. Bullets, thank you. Yeah, this is a really well-made area, actually. I quite like it. Oh, does this just lead us back out to an area we've already been? Yeah. None of this is new, I believe. This is just another way we could have gotten into those catacombs. We gotta make our way to the beach where Cause is washed up. And we sure don't get much light from that lantern down here, do we? Great One's wisdom, and there it is. The boss room. Down past all of these mollusk women praying. Oh, this is gonna be a doozy, kids. Best trek on back to the Hunter's Dream to A, buy some more blood vials, B, probably buy a level, and C, take care of our final business in and around the Cathedral or Nightmare Cathedral and Research Wing. We can finish the Blood Saints quest line at this point, I believe. Let me double check that. Don't want to tell you wrong. Yeah, let's see here. Can we do this? Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. We can complete St. Adelaide's quest line at this time, and better yet, we can go fight Lawrence anytime we want. Which is gonna be a doozy of a fight, but we will do it. 16. Oh, we got cold blood. All these going into vials, believe me, all these going into vials. Or these are anyway. We'll keep the 10 in our back pocket in case we need it. 44? Yeah, that sounds like what we're gonna need. Oh yeah, and we also need to go pay our good buddy Brady a quick visit. Even though we didn't get his full armor set, we can still cut him down and probably get what's left as well as his weapon, I think. Oh wait, sorry. Silly me, I teleported to the wrong lamp, accidentally. MCS, if everything is a dream, every time you die, you wake up. You'd think that, but it's stated time and again that, like, all of these hunters, yeah, you wake up only to fall asleep again. Well, you do, unless you get one specific ending in which you are basically mercy killed and expelled from the dream permanently as a reward for your service to the hunt. We don't want to do that, though. We want, ideally, to either completely dissipate this dream realm, or to provide a better life, a better existence for everybody here. And I think the ending I'm going for is going to allow us to do the latter, if I can manage it. Again, this might get pretty chancy, these last two DLC bosses. Just for good measure. MC says, and when you wake up, you're in An Orlando. Oh, man. Well, hey! Actually, early in development, this game was meant to have explicit callbacks to the civilizations presented in Demon Souls, embedded at various points throughout, like, the game's lore. This was meant to be an implicit follow-up to Demon Souls with the central concept being that what eventually became Themeria, or Themeru, like the ancient civilization Queen Yarnum belonged to, and which was largely responsible for a lot of this mess in the first place, was Boletaria, the principal kingdom Demon Souls was set in, which I think is really cool. It was ultimately scrapped, but there planned to be a ton of callbacks. Oh, here he comes. He's invading us from He's invading us from the end of the hall. Seriously, he's right over there. Like, what? We got his testimony, the helmet. Great. Now, let's see, will this open any of the other cell doors? No. Oh, not that one either. We have to go... Oh, they've been killed. Uh-oh. Oh no, this is him.
Look who's here.
There's the bell.
To my quarters. I've never entertained a guest before. Are you going to kill me? After all you've done, kill me? As if to right your wrong.
As you can see, it looks like he's actually a fairly elderly guy.
What is it? Aren't you going to kill me?
Just utterly mad.
Or perhaps beg my forgiveness?
You got anything for us, guy?
What is it? Oh,
Okay, if that's what you want.
changes. Such is the nature of man.
Deep, bro. The blood letter, that's what it is. It's a blood-tinged weapon, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, a heavy blood-tinged weapon. The demented hunter weapon brandished by Brady, the healing church assassin. The blood letter assumes its true and terrifying form after it draws upon blood from the inner reaches of one's body and soul. This is the only effective means of expelling tainted blood, or so Brady, isolated in his cell, continued to believe. Well, we got an armor set and a weapon for the pile out of that. I do appreciate how many cool new weapons the DLC introduced. That's really nice. They stopped just short of doubling the number of weapons present in the original game, I want to say. How do we get the key to these cells? Maybe Lawrence has them? Well, next up, we've got to complete St. Adelaide's quest line. So on to the pimpinest elevator in history. Right. We're going to just, Oh right, no, that is the lower level. Yeah. We want the surgical altar, not like the ornate, ceremonial, like ritual altar. I'm kind of excited. From this point on, we've got boss battles and nothing but ahead. So as you can see, poor St. Adelaide has been transformed into one of those lumps.
Oh, hello. One last time. Will you fetch brain fluid just one last time. A murky, mushy fluid that will make me whole. The sticky sound whispers to me. So very close, right into my ear. My head, just a head, that's all there is. I need my baptism, please. I beg of you.
Yeah, poor thing's really far gone. Well, we'll take her blood. And see, these, brain sacs that yield the fluid can't be killed, but they'll only drop one bit of brain fluid apiece, so to get the final one, we need to collect from her, which makes me feel awful, but if that's what you want.
Please,
Alright, give me that reward. Y'all, this is so cool. Get ready.
I see a shape. My guide, I see your voice. Clearly as it bends and bleeds.
We get the milkweed rune.
Revelation.
This is what we need to effectively use the weapon that the final boss will give us.
For everything, really. I used to be nothing.
And now, having found some purpose, she passes away. And yeah, nothing is going to be so effective at making players who've kind of put them toward the back of their mind as the School of Mensis and the Elder Ones kind of take prominence in the story, hate the Healing Church quite as much as this little side quest line. You're introduced to one of the kindest and easily the most selfless, normal person in this entire setting. You have no real way to help them save to provide them some kind of assistance in completing this transformation, and then at the end of it all, you get some kind of minor treasure and they die. All of these horrible, horrible things are still here, but she's gone. And yeah, I feel particularly incentivized to go, like, just smash Lawrence's face in, which we're gonna need to do. Maybe to get, like, the key that'll open the rest of those dungeon cells? Let me check that out real quick. Or no, it's not. My bad. I know where the key... I just found the underground key thing. I had to look it up, of course, but... one last thing we need to get, then. Sorry, folks, we'll get there. So, real quick, back to the research hall. We need to go to the 3rd floor, and we can find our key there. Okay, so floor 3. I think the elevator should give us a shortcut there. Should deposit us right on floor 3, right? Because I think there's 5 floors overall. Somewhere around there, anyway. Bullets, thank you. Got him. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Yep, floor 3. Oh, there it is. Down there. Well, we can try doing this a couple different ways. Oh, we survived. But perhaps not for long. No! Oh, man. Well, we know where we're going now. We know where we're going. Up we go. Try this one more time. Well, that's a shield. Interesting. I didn't know this game had an effective shield, the lock shield. Maybe over there? No, those are bullets. MCS with heavy... No, it's... somewhere here on the 3rd floor. Or thereabouts. Oh, here, maybe? Yep. Oh, damn it. They poisoned me with garbage. Sure, I mean, whatever. Nothing else up here? Okay, let's bold hunters mark our way out of here. Oh, MC says, I remember seeing a piece of loot in the basin in the past. Like down at the very bottom of the research hall, I think we got those. There was one set of loot, I think, that was there by default, and then when we switched up the placement of the staircases, it, I think a couple more pieces of loot appeared there. We got all of those, though. Okay, we've got what we need. Let's go down to the dungeon, collect our loot, fight Lawrence, fight the final boss of the DLC, and then, like, take this sucker home. Bloodborne has been such a ride, and seriously, to anybody watching this live or after the fact, I want to express how terribly grateful I am for you. As I know, like, this playthrough in particular, was particularly more trying and, like, irritating than I really had expected for, had accounted for, and, I may have been just a little angry at a couple points, no duh. And for that, I do sincerely apologize if it's either not easy or not entertaining to watch, and that is it. Oh. Okay, I wasn't expecting that, but alright. That's a special weapon. A weapon I've never seen before. We could take him. Just really appreciate you guys being, so patient and so accommodating, not only sitting through multi-hour streams, live or after the fact, but putting up with the fact that I've gotten more off-kilter than I would ever like to. I strive to be, maybe a snarky, but, generally positive and upbeat personality. And I apologize if I've not managed to do that consistently throughout this playthrough. I can promise you, nothing the remainder of the series has to offer should be quite as irritating for me as Bloodborne has been. Souls 3 I know pretty well and genuinely like. Sekiro is really, really, really hard, but is totally fair and learnable, and Demon Souls, which we'll play the remaster or the remake of, is honestly, next to Dark Souls 2, probably my favorite installment in the franchise. So we've got nothing but good stuff ahead, and I do hope that those little bits of rage or salt haven't turned anybody off of the channel, especially considering we made so many lovely friends over the past few weeks. That you guys will give me the pleasure of hanging with us in the future. There we go. But he's got so much health that even the Blades of Mercy can't quite saw through all of it. I'm sorry, did he just open me up for a visceral attack? So he is wearing a unique armor set. We got the church pick. Which, is that a dex weapon? Did they, like, give us all of the... My god, it is. One of the old trick weapons of the Healing Church. A hunting weapon formed from one of the giant picks that appear in old beast tales. The church pick initially serves as a large sword, but when transformed functions exactly as an intended, extended war pick. In spite of its origins, it is a highly practical weapon. Nice. MC says, clearly you need some levity for the interlude game. Maybe finishing Watam. Actually, I'm thinking of going straight into Souls 3. Then taking a break to play through a couple other games, and... Oh, you're hostile, aren't you? No? So we got the Yamamura Hunter set. Oh, that's interesting, like samurai armor. MC says in parentheses, don't finish Watam. Not right now, anyway. If we go straight to Souls 3... like, the interlude game between that and Sekiro is going to be a Souls-like... That Souls-like I know next to nothing about, but found mentions of online. Hellpoint, the, like, pseudo-sci-fi, sort of spaceships and sorcery game. Really looking forward to, like, trying that. So his gloves were the, Old Hunter armbands, I think? Garb of a distant land worn by Yamamura the Wanderer. This eastern warrior pursued a beast for honorable revenge, then became a hunter of the League. But when he stared straight into impurity, it drove him mad. MC says, no, I would definitely suggest Bulletstorm as an interlude. Oh, might do. I'll add that to the list. It's a good idea, actually. Really good idea. I know for a fact, too, it's not too terribly long. Yeah, so we've got, like, some medieval Japanese clothing going on here. I quite like that, and it would go especially well with the Rakuyo. Quite like that, but I have to say I prefer Lady Maria's set overall. And it's got really solid stats around the board. we ever get the constable's gear? No, we must get that through, like, league progression. Okay. MC says it's moderate length and must be taken as a roller coaster ride. Can't promise I'll be too good at it, given I'm not super experienced with FPSs, but based on what I've heard of it, it sounds like a lot of crazy, crazy fun. And I might do just that. I do have the full clip edition I got for free as part of like the PlayStation Plus free games, free monthly game promotion dealio. So yeah, that might actually make for a really fun, like, maybe 2-3 stream game. Yeah, and then straight into Dark Souls 3. And Dark Souls 3 is a pretty long game, but a very, very good one. Again, our friend Seth the Overwitch is slowly streaming her way through that, and the brand new Souls-like that dropped yesterday, Mortal Shell, each totally blind. I don't think she'd ever played a Dark Souls game before. So you definitely want to check those out if you're a fan of this kind of content, and would like to see it done a whole lot better than I can manage. Alright. I'm thinking it's time to top ourselves up on some more vials. Oh yeah. Oh right, Milkweed Rune. I gotta show off the Milkweed Rune. Silly me. Oh, this is so cool, guys. Get ready, get ready, get ready. Milkweed Rune. Host phantasms as a lumen would. Small increase in item discovery. Okay. A Carol Rune envisioned by Adeline, patient at the research hall. Notice it's scrawled in like Elder script and seems to resemble the letters HP. Have to feel that was intentional. A transcription of the inhuman, sticky whispers that reveal the nature of a celestial attendant. Those who take this oath become a lumen wood that peers toward the sky, feeding phantasms in its luscious bed. Phantasms guide us and lead to further discoveries. Yeah, but it doesn't just grant an increase in item discovery. It turns us into this. We become one of the kin of the old ones ourselves. We look absolutely glorious. And we get a couple new animations, like for rolls, or quick dodges, I should say. We like flop about. MC says I put 12 hours in the full clip edition, so yeah, 3 streams. Yeah, sounds good. Perfect length for something like that. I love this. This is one of the transformation runes. The other one you can get turns you into a beast, but we will be completing this game as an old one, provided I can make the moveset work. I love this. Wish we had it earlier, really. Right, so time to go fight Vicar Lawrence, who should be closest to the Hunter's Nightmare lamp, I think. He's basically, at least for the first half of the fight, the Cleric Beast, but with insane attack and on fire, apparently. The second phase gets really interesting, honestly. MCS, did you show the beast transformation? I never got it, actually. We fought an enemy that used it, the Hunter or Reverend Izzy, but I never found it, no. There we go. Oh, hold on real quick. Let me take care of these guys first, and then the cord of my controller charger got disconnected. We definitely don't want to run low in one of these fights. So this rune is and this transformation, subsequently, are absolutely essential in using the weapon we get from the final boss. If you don't have it, or have it equipped, you will simply use the standard unarmed moveset when that particular weapon is equipped, with slightly buffed stats. MTS, you normally get the rune by defeating Lawrence. Well, here we go. Here comes the church executioner. Ooh! Wow. It's okay. That's okay. First Vicar time. Since we have his skull, he's probably gonna want that back. Yep, here he comes. I love that he's totally lucid, or like totally conscious. He's just like relaxing on the altar. He's got nothing better to do. I guess he didn't listen, didn't fear the old blood, and it did wonders for him. I actually think this, with like all the fire effects, this would have been a much cooler design for the first Cleric Beast, wouldn't it? Well, maybe they wanted to go with something with a different color palette so it wouldn't be so evocative of the demons from Dark Souls. Maybe. I can see that being a defensible decision. Oh god, I'm so scared. I'm genuinely terrified of this fight. And so he says, you put the skull on the floor and he just hammers it. Wouldn't surprise me. Oh! Haven't you missed those sounds? Holy Moses! So, he's not just overflowing with health. That's a good thing. I love the music. Grab attack. Here it comes. Oh my god, he's bleeding just straight lava. Dude, you ought to get that checked out by a doctor. Okay, not the doctors associated with your church, like better doctors, real doctors, but get it looked at, bro. Oh my god. So he gets a way more aggressive moveset after you piss him off. Oh, here it comes, phase 2. Get ready for this. Wait, no, not yet. Oh my god, yeah, his version of that attack is brutal. As one would expect. Not a bad first attempt, but I'm curious as to when he does the proper phase change. So I'm thinking we need to find what armor is best, or what armor we have is best against fire damage. Maybe the Bone Ash set? I saw 140 there. Yeah, Bone Ash. Like, we've got 50, Bone Ash has, like, 70. Yeah. MC says, imagine Lawrence versus a firefighter. Oh, dude, that'd be a bloodbath. So, honestly, it doesn't seem that bad. And an insurance representative, like a risk assessor, oh my god, that'd be great. Yeah, I can pretty definitively say this does not seem too bad. He doesn't have just an obscene amount of health, really, does he? We can actually avoid the damage from that by, like, hiding behind him, it would appear. But, like, directly behind him. Okay, so making any contact with, like, his flaming arm damages us. Like, actively. Okay. Or it would appear, anyway. Oh, I see. He, like, gets his arm stuck in the floor, doesn't he? No! No, no, no! We're dead. We're dead. We're dead. Yep. I really want to beat this game today. You have no idea how badly I want to beat this game today. The boss run to get to him, though, is honestly pretty bad. I think we might temporarily want to break the old cane out of retirement. Given its exceptional damage against beasts. At least it's a beautiful little area. Really. I don't know why the doors don't just stay open after our first, like, time witnessing this scene, but I mean, alright. If I had to guess, Mr. Vickers probably weak to, Bolt, maybe? Well, at the very least, we know fire, wouldn't do anything. He's the only totally optional boss in the entire DLC, I want to say. Yes, yes, he is. Really fond of that grab, isn't he? Just got so much health. One, two, three. Oh! I always underestimate the number of hits these damn combos have. Jesus Christ. Is there something I'm missing here, or does this look like we just have a damage wall? Or a damage sponge? MC says he's at phase 2 at 70% health. Right. That must mean he just expands his moveset, but there is a second phase I'm thinking of where he changes form. He, like, literally falls apart, and the upper half of his body starts crawling towards you. MC says, yeah, phase 3 at 40. Gotcha. Is there a summon anywhere around here? Those would be nice. Yeah, MC says there is one. Gotcha. Oh, there is a phantom? Where? You have the impurity rune memorized. Hold on a minute. I'm hearing a bunch of sirens outside. Let me make sure everything's alright. Yeah, it looks like it was the nursing home across the street again. MC says, if you have the impurity rune memorized before the staircase that leads to the boss. Okay, so that explains it. We can't get the summon unless we're a part of the league, meaning we can't use our cool milkweed rune, which is okay, because it's not really doing anything for us. Without the weapon, of course. And while we're there, we can swap out our other runes to be just a little bit more helpful against this boss. For instance, visceral attacks ain't gonna matter for this particular fight, as well, you can open him up for parries if he's like the regular Cleric Beast, It's just, you have to deal X amount of damage to his head, and with our loadout, it's really not great. Impurity Rune, there we go. So instead of Blood Rapture, we'll increase our fire defense. Instead of Claw Mark, we will increase all defense. Little minor changes that might end up making all the difference, right? The final boss of the DLC, I did check, has just slightly more health than Lady Maria, which shouldn't be bad at all. I'm curious how... Let me see. Oh yeah, Lawrence has quite a bit more than they do. Oh, got him. Oh, are you kidding me? I'm gonna get rolled by this guy now? No, we're not. Okay, let's give this the old college try. Well, this is the blood-starved beast cave. Oh, no, it's not. It's like this little promontory, so no one over here. Must be at the very base of the stairwells, then, like the entire set of cathedral steps. Or just inside the chapel. Oh no, here they are, right in here. Wow. Is it Volter again? Yes, Master Volter! Saving our bacon again. Oh man, his weapon's gonna be great against Lawrence, what do you bet? Together again. The Beast Eater. I mean, dude's absolutely insane in lore, but man, he's a great companion. No, just too far off to the side that time. Don't think so. Whirligig Saw is now in full effect. Maybe we can only, like, really damage his limbs, or damage his arms, I should say. No, that got one of them. Okay, so with the power of cheese, we are doing okay. With the power of cheese, we're somehow still alive. Oh my god. How did that work? How did that work? Oh, I don't care. I'm just so glad that it did. Oh, check that out. He, like, removed the head of the mace and, like, just slammed the beast with... or the head of the saw and slammed the beast with it. That is so cool. Oh, here we go. Oh, this is gonna suck, isn't it? Yeah, so he's going to leave behind a series of massive lava pools in this stage of the fight. Oh! Jesus Christ! I'll give this one more shot, and after this, regardless of the outcome of this fight, I think I might just, like, tackle the final boss of the DLC and then the main game. Because, man, Bloodborne's been an exhausting experience. If I'm going to just lose my mind, it ain't gonna be over a reskin of an existing boss. It's one thing Dark Souls 3 doesn't have at all. I don't know, to my knowledge, that it ever reuses a single boss concept, or model, or anything. They're all totally distinct, which is really, really cool. Even Dark Souls 2 didn't do that. That's obscene. Oh, ho, ho. Uh-oh. He buffed the axe, he buffed the axe, he buffed the axe. I am totally alright with not killing this boss, ultimately. Now he can come inside. Wouldn't be Bloodborne without it, would it? I am going to give the boss itself one more try, then it's on to the final. Win or lose. Nope, nope, nope. Sorry, I'm not being terribly conversational right now, I'm just... I can feel the end of the game right around the corner, and I'm so desperate for it. We actually are going to try to stagger him this time. Because, that's kind of sort of the only thing our bullets are good for here. Okay, that's clearly not working, so back to basics. Oh, that broke a limb. Okay, so we're down into phase 2 now. And we're dead. Okay. Okay, final boss time. I'm really sorry, guys, but I do not have the patience for this right now. Given that it is just a reskin of an earlier boss with health jacked through the roof, and an interesting, legitimately interesting, final phase. If it wasn't so tanky, it'd feel a bit more fair, but as it is, it just feels kind of half done. And like the kind of thing that I don't want to put up with, because we're almost to the final boss of the DLC, which is a really challenging but legitimately incredible fight. And as I said, this boss uses a trick weapon that, that to my knowledge, or no, I know for certain, you cannot get. It's one of very, very few transforming weapons in the game that you aren't able to acquire in some capacity. And, it is visceral attack time. Oh baby, it's visceral attack time. It's time to take on the bearer of, and I swear I'm not making this up, the Trick Placenta, which is one of the most powerful weapons in the game. I am so sorry that, like, there's one boss we're just not going to be taking down, but I don't have it in me today. That's the thing, Bloodborne's just exhausting in a way that Dark Souls 1 and 2 aren't. Y'all ready for this? We have to square up, or face, rather, one of mankind's greatest sins. The slaughter of the largely benevolent but alien deity Kaz. Look at her. But, she didn't exactly die alone. Because she was pregnant with one of the kin. And this shall be our final boss, or the final boss introduced to Bloodborne anyway. The Orphan of Kaz, or as I called him for the longest time, James Brown. Because I did not see the beginning of my best friend's first fight with this guy, I heard it from the next room over. He screams like you wouldn't believe, and I was getting a snack in the kitchen or something, and I just hear this, from the living room, and I'm like, Godfather. So yeah, this is gonna be really, really rough. This grieving child is exceptionally powerful and very, very fast. He can be parried, though. Yep, there's the scream. The timing for his parries is very weird, I believe. Given how bizarre his weapon is. Oh, yeah, there we go. This one, in and of itself, might take a while. Strap in for the long haul, kids. The stream might be nearer to 6 hours than 5. God almighty, that damage. Oh, got him, but couldn't capitalize. In his second phase, he can achieve very, very limited flight, basically. This is nothing. There we go. That screaming, God almighty. Ooh, magic. He is his mother's child. Christ. You can see what the challenge here is, or what part of the challenge is, right? He constantly drags his weapon along the ground, so kinda like Ludwig, even if you're prone, he can hit you. This one took my best friend hours and hours, I remember. Hopefully, I shall not share that fate. Alright. One more try. Let's give it all we got. Let's get some extra Quicksilver bullets first, because we're gonna need them. Oh! I technically parried the jumping attack, he just knocked me down before I could capitalize on it. There we go. Hey, there we are. Just a little too distant, but... Whoa! Okay, okay. NC says, what a naughty child. Well, yes, but it's also just been born into a world that is horribly, like, frightening and hostile to it. I will be able to capitalize on that opening at some point, damn it. It's attacking us with its mother's blood, which is... ugh. Flinging it around like a damn yo-yo. Oh, y'all ain't even seen Phase 2 yet. Jesus. I hate that! Where we actually nail a parry, but their attack connects anyway, because screw it, and we don't get to follow up on it. Like that! Come on! I'm using this just to learn the fight, clearly. Oh yeah, there it went. Phase 2. It looks like this is definitely possible. Definitely, like, within our means. It just has an inhuman moveset and parry window. Oh, and we're out of blood vials again. Oh, good. And in Phase 2, it does get, I want to say, largely an all-new moveset. It takes to the sky way more often. But do we see that had I actually gotten all of those parries that we opened him up for, he probably would have been into Phase 2 before we had gone through a fraction of our our bullets and blood vials. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Because what that tells players is basically, yes, there are parries, and yes, you can earn them, but even if you do, unlike in Dark Souls, where a successful parry negates the attack and leaves the enemy open because you, like, turn their weapon away, you can still take the full force of the hit and get none of the rewards anyway. Which is insane to me. None of these ever become hostile, I don't think. MC says, basically this game has realism with the parry. Right, given that there's not a like, physical instrument, like a weapon being used for the parry. MC says, but not with the rest of the combat. Right. Like that! Like that! Giving a whole new meaning to l'enfant terrible. Oh yeah, and it can just do that sometimes. If the parries worked like they did in Dark Souls, we'd already be done here. I honestly do think that Bloodborne, at least in part... MCS, did I hear Enfant Terrible? Yeah. At least I'm fairly certain that's what it literally means, like the terrible child or infant. And... yeah, that's more or less what we're dealing with. Unruly child, yeah. Oh! But something interesting, genuinely interesting, and like in a good way. This is not the boss here. This is technically not what we're here to kill. It's doing all of the heavy lifting, but it is not like our villain here. Or even our antagonist, I should say. Oh my god. I really like the look of his weapon. I love the way it works, like the physics. It's a really, really cool design, but God almighty, this is just the most Bloodborne final battle of all time. Phase 2 at the least. Here we go. Or not. Oh, we're so dead. Oh, yeah, we're dead. So is it just me, or did that actually look much easier in the second phase? Seemed like it was, actually. Alright, well, ladies and gents, we are out of blood vials and things to get them with, so I'll have to do a bit more grinding, meaning we've got one more day of Bloodborne ahead of us, probably not a full stream. I'm planning on signing in tomorrow, knocking out the Orphan of Cos and our final bosses, maybe trying Lawrence once or twice more, but then segueing, like, for the remainder of tomorrow's allotted streaming time, into Bulletstorm, because damn, we need something to decompress after this. So sorry, but it's going to take us one more try, one more day to get through this. Almost there. Almost there. So, until next time, thank you all so much for joining me for this extended, unusually long stream of Bloodborne. I hope you've had a wonderful day. I hope you've enjoyed your time here. And I hope you'll join us tomorrow, probably starting at 2 p.m. Central, for the conclusion of Bloodborne, and a brief return to sanity for myself. Take care, folks. Bye-bye.